All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. So my week of cons is over. It took forever, but it's done, and we are here, back starting to work on Pidgin 3, Experimental 3. Woo! I just realized we didn't give the releases like funny names or anything. We should have done that. Oh well. So, one of the first things we need to do here is something I've been neglecting for a while, and that's like checking the state of our build agents. They're not necessarily in the best of shape. We're not going to fix them all tonight. I was doing that off stream. Op stuff is kind of on stream. Also, I found out we can actually have a Haiku build agent now, because in Haiku Beta 5, they have Open GTK now. They didn't used to. So that is an option too. But we're going to start here with this to see what this is failing. Where does this go again? The mission private? I don't remember where the scan build results go. Mason logs? Scan build. There we go. Dead assignments. Okay. Hi, mister. Whoa. I'm sorry, you had crust in your eye. Can't see him. That's all you're getting. You just got some not long ago. Alright. Dead assignments. Okay, cool. Value stored to conversation is never read. Really? Oh, you know, I think this is a bug. Yeah, how do we not read this? Hello, Mr. Left Pickle. Welcome. How you doing? Alright, hold on. Let's check the other one. The other one's also a dead assignment. Oh, I think Ivanhoe pointed this out too. I thought we fixed this, but apparently not. Today we're going to start by just trying to clean up some of the build agent stuff. Builds that have been failing for a while, looking at them, get that going, that kind of stuff. So like right now we can't build Pidgin 3 on OpenBSD because we require a newer GTK source view than they have. No, a newer version of GTK 4 than they have. And I'm not sure why we required that version, right? So like I need to go and look at that kind of stuff. And then we'll get into more fun stuff from there. But we'll see. So we do have, I do also have to finish writing this design doc, which we might do today. This is to do, account reconnection. And I have some thoughts on it, but we haven't done much with it. Oh, hey, we did drop down a little bit. Look at that. We're ahead of schedule. Or, okay, we're not ahead of schedule, but yeah. This is going to fluctuate and whatever. But yeah, QLogic put these together. Just burn down charts for what's left and everything. So kind of like the stuff I have out there, but, you know, an actual burn down chart. So, calculated 7 days ago. Okay. Oh, yeah. So, yep, we're behind. Okay, whatever. I don't know why this doesn't automatically go. Like, maybe it goes when your ticket changes. Oh, every week. Let's just do every day. Okay, he's got the dates in that. Yeah, sweet. Okay, cool. Cool. So, yeah, we'll just make it automatically recalculate every day. It's fine. Okay. What were we doing? Oh, we were looking at this dead assignment, apparently. Oh, but yeah, so we built a new script, or not, what do you call it? A new native file so we can build on M4 or on M series Max, because I have an M series, or both the build agents are M series Max now. I retired, I still have them, but I retired the Intel Max, just because they're not on Sequoia. They're never gonna get to Sequoia. They're stuck on like Monterey or something, which is pretty far back. Right, so they are on, that's the wrong way. Yeah, so they're stuck on Monterey, but Sequoia's current, right? So, yeah. But I don't have any Intel Max that can do Sequoia, unless somebody wants to give me one. No. But I'm not going to go out of my way to go get one. But I have an M4 that I use for dev, and we have an M1 that's a build agent. Not that I do much deving on the M4, but there's not, the builds doesn't take much. So, yeah. All right. Anyways, we need to look at this code. So where's this? This was in. I put a comment in here for this pull request. I don't remember what the hell it was. We did a bunch of stuff last night too. I think it's this one. So I've been trying to claim the build agents and get that whole thing sorted out. Because it's been on my list for a while and I just haven't done it. I swear I haven't had a comment on one of these. Oh, hold on. Am I in the wrong code? No, this is... Oh, no, this is old. This is old. That's the problem. Okay. Oh, no, this is a different pull request, too. But I think this has been around for a long time. But either way, let's fix it. So this is... Pidgin conf member.c. Actually, no, let's go find it. So, like, Ivanhoe asked a question. I was like, oh, this is because of blah, blah, blah. And, of course, now I don't remember it, right? It should automatically format messages. And, oh, it's a Pidgin message. Purple conversation member. Now, why don't we do this? Always show badges. I don't remember where we hid this initially, but it looks fine if it's shown. Yeah, I did find out why we did that. It's because on the message it looks messed up. All right, maybe 3773. Zoom necessary. We fall back to color for the name for display, or is there something else you're seeing? Oh, it doesn't need to be checked because there's okay. So I think we did that, and then I didn't clean up the other part. Okay. Let's go to Holy Roman Empire. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Okay. That's a dead assignment. That's fixed. Yeah, we'll do these separately. What is this? Oh, that's unrelated at the moment. That's fine. We also need to start cleaning up the preferences window and actually like making preferences work. There's so much left to do. I want to get more protocols in so we can try to get the protocol API finalized and yeah. Conf member dead assignment. Remove assignment in Pidgin conversation member. Yeah, so like I know scam build's been failing for a long time. One of the other things I want to do is I want to get some way so that we can see the normal Pidgin builds all the time, and like actually if we can get into stream too, if we could do it as like a heat map in my Grafana setup, and then on stream we could just have a map, and if any part of it's red, then it would be like, hey, this part of the build's broke, we should go fix that, right? That's gonna help a lot in avoiding this crap. Just like where it just stacks up because, you know, we haven't been paying attention to it because all there's shit to do. You're good. You're building a program to search for counterexample of the old Collat's conjecture by brute force. I'm not familiar with that one. I might know it, but not by name. That'll work, but it's an interesting exercise in building mathematical constraints in a program. Nice. There's I don't know what language we're using, but there's this nifty library for Python called Python Constraint. And I don't know if it'll apply, but this thing is amazing. We wrote this stupid, crazy on-call solver for a company I worked for a while ago, and we had these rules about on-call, so we had to cover, you know, 24/7, 365. But like we decided as a team that somebody would do Monday through Thursday, and then somebody else would do Friday through Saturday. Ideally, nobody does back-to-back unless they want to do back-to-back. And stuff like that. And we built all this constraints and stuff into it. Like here, you know, you can add a constraint, whatever, and then it would solve it and give us a bunch of options. And then out of the options it have, it would generate one for us. And then, you know, we could refresh it and just try the next ones and stuff like that. And then, you know, we just send it to everyone like, this look fine. They're like, yep. But like, yeah. So like people would say like, oh, hey, I'm not available this week. I'm not available that week. Right. And there was like 6 of us or something. So we do 6 weeks at a time, right? So some people were okay just doing a whole week, but then others would do, you know, a Monday through Friday and a Friday through Sunday, and then it'd be broken up so nobody was just like constantly on call or anything. Yeah, this stuff is nuts. And yeah, like I said, we used it for that, and that like I had found out about it, and then we were trying to figure out how to do this on call stuff, and I was like, you know, I just randomly ran across this thing. And I think this would be great for this. So yeah, rather than like doing a whole bunch of crazy logic, you can just use the constraint stuff here, and it'll do a lot of it for you. All right, for CSPs, constraint satisfaction problems. So yeah, fun stuff. Yeah, Python can be great. My problem is I just... So they used to say Python comes with batteries. And I like to say it comes with non-rechargeable batteries. Because some of them have really died hard. But like back in the day, it used to be great. Like, I wrote an, did I run the turtles? Or did I just build? Like back in the day, I wrote an IMAP filtering program in Python with the standard library. Right? So like I just connected to my Dovecot via IMAP, and then just, you know, talk to IMAP to it to figure out new messages and filter them into the right folders with the Python standard library, which is just like, what? But yeah, so I just had that run, like, you know, maybe it might have been back. No, it just ran all the time. I think it just watched an inbox, or maybe it slept on a timer or something. I don't know. I probably still have the code somewhere. That was a very abrupt end to that song. And the next one's not loading. Come on. You can do it, little song. Or we'll just hit refresh. Main issue is that compiled languages makes it easy to build to full exe files. Python's hard to do that for if you just want to make something just run on Windows. Yeah, I mean, Windows is a problem for a number of things, right? All right, Pretzel seems to be down for the moment. We'll check it in a minute. But yeah. Especially, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, yeah. You're preaching to the choir here. Oh, now we're back. Let's go to the next song. Say something about Linux. What do you mean? It's easy to distribute a Python library or Python anything on Linux. The main difference is like Mac is even close enough to Unix that most of the Linux stuff just works. And then BSDs are, more or less the same. Plus, if you're going old school Unixy stuff, like Solaris and IRIX and stuff, or even just modern stuff like I totally forgot the name. Open Indiana. What the hell is Solaris called now? Illumios. There we go. All that stuff's all the same. It'll be fine. Whereas Windows is just the literal, like, most redheaded stepchild you could be. Never managed to link an external library in C++ either? I mean, it's so like the problem is nobody teaches people how this stuff works, and it's actually really easy. So, a number of years ago, is there a date on this? No, well, okay, that's when that was updated. So, wait, where's the authors? No, it's not in here. No. So the guy that wrote package config used to be a Debian maintainer or something. Somehow I knew him. I don't remember. But so package config makes this much easier. Back in the day, you used to have shit like glib config, or we probably don't even have it anymore. GTK config. Okay, there maybe no. It's config wizard. I'm looking apt config, Ansible config, XML2 config. Yeah, so back in the day, what libraries and stuff would do is when they were getting built, they would store all their information about how to build them, and they would create a config program that had all that. So then you could say dash dash libs, and it'll tell you what you have to pass to the linker to link to that thing, right? Just like C flags as well, right? So if you want to compile something to work against libxml2, you would do gcc foo or minus o foo dot or foo, right? Minus or foo.c package config or sorry, xml2 config dash dash c flags dash dash libs, right? That'll then have all the right flags for you to compile and link to it, right? So XML2 is in the normal library directory, so you don't have a capital L, so you just give it the lowercase l to tell it what library to link to, it'll be fine. And then this tells the compiler where the header files are, right? The problem is, as you can imagine, doing this for every single library is absolutely batshit crazy insane. So what Toluf did, I think I'm saying his name right, Toluf Fogheen, it's Scandinavian, I think, and I have no idea how to pronounce the name, so sorry in advance. Or sorry after the whatever. So the way this works now is in your lib directory, you have a directory called package config. And what all these programs do is instead of building a program for all those values, we just dump them into a text file, right? Actually, sorry, let's do this. User local lib, x86 Linux GNU package config. Do we? No, nope. Okay. Well, I guess I don't. Oh, no, it shouldn't be here, but whatever. Apparently, we don't have purple in here. I don't know how my Pidgin 2 is installed then, but whatever. Oh, no, my Pidgin 2 isn't multi-lib, so it's user local lib package config. Okay, there you go, right? So even for Pidgin 2, right, we just spit out this file where we define prefix to user local. That's where my Pidgin 2 is installed. The exec prefix, this is weird stuff, typically use it for like debug services, stuff like that. The directory where your libraries are is going to be your exec prefix, which is just a prefix, right? So this is user local lib, include directory, blah, 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 blah. And then you get all this nifty stuff. So we can say package config dash dash mod version. We'll start with this, right? And we can say lib purple, or I shouldn't have to do this, but maybe package config path equals user local lib package config. Oop. It is just purple. I'm like, I think it's just purple. Right? So that'll tell me the version of Pidgin, right? So just, or of purple too. So just write it out of there. Is there a mod info or something that like gives you the description and stuff? Where's the commands? Oh, it's just mod info. Shared pure, no provides with path, define prefix, relocate prefix. What am I missing here? List all, simulate no cache, env only. Mod version. Okay, well, whatever. I thought there's some way to get like information about it, but whatever. The file will tell you all that, right? But so like if you wanted to get the C flags for purple too, right? You're just gonna say package config dash dash C flag. So what do you pass to the C compiler? And you're gonna pass in purple. And there's everything you need to do to pass into the compiler. You have a program called myprogram.cpp. I've zeroed out how to download an external library and just do like, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Like, so if it's an external library, that's a problem, right? But like if you wanted to work against Pidgin, right? If you wanted to build something against libpurple, you're going to search libpurple, right? So in your distro, you're going to find this guy, libpurple.dev. On Fedora ones, they use devil instead of dev. On the BSDs and stuff, they don't break up the packages, so it's all just in one thing, whatever, right? So you would install libpurple.dev. Or here, we'll just do it this way. Oh man, run it-rm docker.io/debian trixie. Okay, right? I have to update. Right, so I have to install vim. Yep. Alright, so vi main.c pound include libpurple .h int main int arg c car star arg v return 0. The easiest way to do this, let's see, p Pidgin release 2.x.y purple version.h. I just want something that's actually a symbol. Version check. Oh, come on, really? Where's something easier? Yeah, it's super easy on Linux. On Windows, it's an absolute fucking nightmare. Because like you have to build and compile your dependency or have the .lib file so that you can link to it properly, which has all the symbols exported, and then you also have to provide the actual DLL file, and yeah. Where is just a simple fucking function I can call? Alright, whatever. We're just gonna grab purple init. Oh no, that's not gonna work either. It's gonna be too much. But whatever. So anyways, you get the idea, right? So like this isn't gonna work right, but if I say GCC -o main main.c, right? Oh, I don't. This is gonna take a minute. You have a mint VM? Yeah. Like on Windows, it's definitely doable. It's just it's a completely different ball game, and like everyone's gonna expect you to use Visual Studio, and not Visual Studio Code, like Visual Studio. And like it's gonna be built into there, and it's gonna use its own solution crap, which like hides the build system from you, and it's all magic and whatever. Where this is just like, yeah, here's how you do this. All right, so great. libpurple, no such file directory, right? Oh, okay. So I need to install apt install lib purple dev, right? Now this is going to indirectly work. Oh, after it goes, because oh no, it won't work because it's under direction. Actually, we don't have a purple.h in purple 2. I mean, no, you don't use the .a files for shit. The A files are if you're doing a static link. Like, if you want to link to something in Windows, you need the lib and the DLL. If you're doing a compile time link. If you're doing a runtime DLL open, then you only need the DLL. But if you're trying to do a compile time link, when you're building, if you have a link step, you need a .lib file. On Windows or on Linux, you do not need a .a file for a compile time link. You just don't need it. It's very different. Because like Windows by default, like you have to resolve all symbols at compile time, and they all have to be external and visible. And on Linux doesn't give a shit. It'll resolve symbols at runtime if necessary. That's how you get stuff like LD preload and a whole bunch of other stuff. The more you use Linux, the more you hate Windows. Yeah, welcome to the party. Yeah, .a is not the same as a .lib. If anything, a .lib is similar to a .la file, but that's specific to libtool, which is part of the AutoTools build system, but not required to build software in the general sense. No, not at all. Like I don't need an A file to compile to link to something on Linux. I just don't need it. Here. Okay, so in my Pidgin 3 build directory, where's my libpurple.a file? The only things that are here are static libraries we created for testing purposes. Like, you can make static libraries, yes, but you do not need it when building a shared library. It's not necessary. Like, what you're saying is I should have a libpurple.a file. I do not. Look at all these SO files. You're saying for anybody to use these SO files, I need an A file. I have 3 A files compared to 73 SO files. Like, on Linux, this just isn't a thing. Okay, yeah. SQLogic said if it's static, a .lib is the same as a .a. But with a dynamic link, you still need a .lib on Windows. You still need it regardless, because that's how it resolves entry points for the DLLs. That's what the .lib file is. And that's why ABI gets really fucking shitty in Windows. And that's why there's a million different versions of the portable C runtime, or the MSV CRT and MSV CPP RT. Why there's a million different versions of it is because of their symbol visibility problems. Yeah, no worries, Holy Roman Empire. I think we're going to skip the rest of it, though. But because like trying to go through the rest of this is going to be kind of a nightmare to do libpurple as an example, because like even now this isn't going to work because we don't have a libpurple.h in Pidgin 2. But user include libpurple, right? There's no purple.h here. That's part of the problem. But I suppose we could, for lulz, where's something that just says like an easy constant or something? Those are all. Well, this should work. This should work. So if we include version.h, so version.h doesn't have. Oh, okay. So yeah, we'll just do it this way, right? Okay. So to give you an idea, right? So we're gonna say printf %s dot %s dot %s. Shit, were they s's or not? I don't know. Well, we'll find out in a second. Major version purple, minor version purple, micro version, right? Cool. So when we go to compile this is still going to fail, right? All right, cool. So package config -- c flags purple. Oh, wait, I didn't fix the header. Damn it, I opened the two files again, too. Right, so we know we have to go to purple version.h. Right? Oh, it's the lib purple. No, this is purple too. I'm just Debian in a container. Okay. Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay, so next problem, right? We also need glib, which I didn't include, which we're gonna... Oh, okay, it resolved it right. Okay, so now we compiled, right? And we can run this, right? Oh. I don't know why we core dumped, but... Is GDB part of core utils? Nope. Oh, we have an ad start and I didn't get a chance to snooze it. All right, GDB. Oh, hey, we don't get anything here. Oh, okay. These are numbers, I think, right? User include libpurple version.h. Yeah, these are numbers, and I told it to use %s, right? Oh, C is memory unsafe, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you're going to destroy the world because you messed up. Right, all right, whatever. Oh, we're in an ad, so we'll wait on the rest of this. Come back to this. Ooh. Okay, yeah. I'm reading QLogic's response to an issue he brought up. And I'm not sure how we want to fix that. We should look at that tonight. But yeah. All right. So anyways, we did that dead assignment. Cool. What was the other one? The other one was in the IRC prime message handler. I don't understand why we stopped using this So what's supposed to happen here is this is supposed to get... So wait, we create the message. Wait, how is this not used? Bailey started conversation. Oh, we must reset it before we're using it. Okay, let's go find that. But I noticed this was bugged out and not working. I wasn't sure why. But now it's like, oh, this is obvious. I fucked up. Huh? Are you talking about the oh, the ad's over. Are you talking about my seg fault here? Yeah, it's fine. Well, I already fixed it. But I wanted to, during the ad break, I skipped it to go away for a second. All right, but now we should not crash. All right, cool. So now we got the version, right? But the fun part here, and Roman Empire, I don't know if you're still paying attention, but there's a tool called LDD, which will tell you what your program is linked to. And when we look at this, we will see that we are not actually linked to libpurple, right? And this is okay. But what we're going to do here to prove this out a little bit more is, so this is the, compiled version, or compiled against. And we're going to say printf running against %u.%u/n. And then here, you'll notice there's some externs here, and these are UNs. Yeah, okay. I don't want fucking visual mode. Great. So then what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab purple major version, purple minor version, and purple micro version. Okay, so now what this should do is we should be able to compile against this, and we should get the right values, right? Right. Oh, what the hell? Huh. Undefined reference to purple minor version, major version. I don't know. Oh, yeah, micro, minor, major. The problem is we didn't tell it what libraries to compile against, right? We weren't, or to link against. We weren't actually. I know, cheat fate. This is the lesson. So we have to tell it to actually link against libpurple, right? Because we saw here when we ran LDD, we weren't actually linked to libpurple, right? We're only linked to Linux VDSO. I forget what that stands for. We're linked to libc, and then I guess it's the linker part. I don't know, whatever. Those are the ones. Those are the defaults you're going to get in a C program, right? So now we're going to pass --libs to package config, right? So if we look at that output, package config, C flags, right? So we just had C flags before, right? So that just told us to add user include libpurple to the include directories. That's capital minus I, or capital or whatever, minus capital I. And it's also going to have us add to our include path user include glib, as well as user lib x86 64 Linux GNU glib include. That's to get some type specific stuff for the build for glib, as well as user include sysprof6. Not sure why we need that. And I forget what minus p is, but that's for threads. Or is that just for p threads in general? That might just be saying to use p threads, right? But remember, that's all we passed, right? But if we look at what -libs does, now it doesn't tell us to use another library directory because it's in our default path. But so we have to pull in libpurple as well as libglib 2.0. Now, if we want to look a little bit more specific, if you look at user lib, we will see that there is this all under here? It shouldn't be under here, but maybe it is. Or glib will be, right? So here we'll see the glib. So this says to do glib 2.0. So what that's going to do is that's going to look for this file right here, right? So we're looking for glib 2.0. On a Linux machine, by default, you get a lib prefix. And if you don't specify, or by default, you're going to try to link to the .so file. Sorry, it's this one. So it's going to go for this file, or it's looking for this. This is the default prefix, and this is the default suffix. Actually, no, we should have a .so. What the hell? Oh, no, never mind. It's -2.0. I was thinking this is the .o and the so, but it's not. So .so is, the shared object. That's the extension for it, whatever. Earlier, Cheat Fate was talking about .a files. This is the static version of glib. We don't care about that. We're not going to use it. It's not necessary, not here at all. VDSO, virtual dynamic shared object. Okay. Simply, I'm just explaining how linking works, really. And like how you do it in your build, right? So anyways, so the -l glib here just is going to point to this file, and that's what you're going to link against. We'll see that in a second. Likewise with libpurple here. So if we look here and we look for libpurple, you'll see that we have, well, I didn't want to do it that way, but no, that's better. Right. Libpurple client, that's not the right library, right? Because we're looking for -l purple, which was here somewhere, whatever. Right. That's not right. That's not right. Oh, libpurple.so, right? So purple doing a -l is going to say go look in the normal library paths for a file named lib, then the purple, and then .so, and then it's going to compile against that. Right? So that's how it's going to resolve all that. So now when we actually do our build, right, if we LDD main again, now there's way more stuff. Remember before there's only 3, right? So we still have the VDSO, we still have libc, and we still have the lib64 LD Linux, blah, 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 right? Those 3 are still here. But because the package config libs told us what to link against, right? And then libpurple pulls in. So if we LDD user lib x86 Linux GNU libpurple.so, right? That's where a ton of this stuff comes from, right? Because now we're looking at what libraries libpurple itself links to. Likewise, if we look at libglib, right? Glib has significantly less dependencies than libpurple does, right? So there's your VDSO again. There's your libc. There's your lib64 LD Linux, right? So this depends on libatomic, libm. That's the math library. So if you ever see -lm in your linker flags, that's the math library, and then PCRE, right? That's all glib depends on. But then, you know, now that we look, since we compiled and we linked, we can see all of libpurple's dependencies here. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you can see all of libpurple's dependencies, as well as here's libm, which should have come from glib. Then we pull in a lot of other stuff here, but whatever. Anyway, so you get the point. And then when we go to run this, now it actually works. Nope, Debian still has multi-lib. I don't think they're getting, or multi-arch. I don't think they're ever getting rid of that. Makes much more sense. Great. Like I said, the problem is it's actually really easy, but it's just not explained anywhere. And it's super simple once you get to it. And package config makes everything so much easier. Like I said, back in the day, we didn't have package config, so you'd have to do all this nonsense. Like on Windows, you're trying to suck. Yeah, so I mean, the Windows side is bad, but for different reasons. So like, on the Windows side, you need to end up declaring a whole lot more of your stuff. All right, so same deal. Here's the include paths. Like on the Windows side, you have to deal with a lot more of the stuff yourself, right? So when we're building on Windows, we set lib paths here, or we append to lib paths, whatever the top GTK. This is just a path that gets resolved earlier, right? So we tell it to look for libraries in the GTK path /lib, as well as libxml to the top of that directory /lib, blah, 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 right? And then the build is all the same stuff, just with package config. It makes stuff much easier on Linux, and you don't really have it on Windows. I don't have an easy, I don't think I have a dev directory anywhere. Do it? Oh, maybe I do. Yeah, like there's no reason why this shouldn't work. Well, we should probably make that executable, but failed downloading from, oh crap, I hope they didn't move that. Oh, it's looking for Mingweed. Oh, great. Okay, well, I can't do this easily on Linux, but it's the same deal, right? You'll end up, maybe I have a directory. No. Let's try this real quick. MZLS, IMF, Pidgin. No, I think it's public. Pidgin. Nope. Where the hell is this? Oh, we need to get rid of that bunch of stuff here for no reason. Oh yeah, this is gonna be garbage, but it's fine. Oh, there's nothing actually private there. So we're just gonna download this old 7-zip Win32 directory we had. To do this and learn Linux command line. Linux command line, like what are you trying to do? Because Linux command line is something that can just take a very long time to learn. I don't have 7-zip installed. What's the one I want? One of these is weird. Oh, P7 zip is... Okay, I think P7 zip is the old one. It's possible to limit glib on features. For example, disable I mean, only if you compile it. Like, once you have... whatever library you're... Like, the way symbols work in memory when they get loaded by your linker and all that stuff, that they are what they are. You can't change them at runtime. Not without a plugin system or something like that. But you can very possibly, like, you can completely build your own version of the library and link against that and use that instead. But yeah. All right, so 7zx win32 dev. Ultimately, you want to be a software developer. You can write Python like nobody's business, but want to get in C, C++ for the universality and speed. Well, so that universality, it's there's a big asterisk at the end of that. Like, sure, C is a portable programming language compared to assembly, but there's platform-specific stuff everywhere, and you have to navigate it, and it sucks. But anyway, so here's our Win32 dev directory, right? So if we go we'll look at libxml2, right? So that was one of the ones we were looking at. What's probably the newest one here? 274.292. Right. So, right, is going to use the lib directory. And then... Oh, weird. Huh. I don't know why we have an LA file. That shouldn't matter. So that's for the static library. Like the libtool library archive file, this shouldn't matter because this isn't. This still just like tells you how to link to it and stuff, but this shouldn't matter here. Oh no, okay, wait, no. Okay, so the LA here is what should be a lib on Windows, right? So it tells us where the actual DLL is, gives us the library name, the dependencies for it, right? This is all just metadata for it. GTK might be a little bit better than this. Oh, that's GTK 2. And this was Ian's directory, so we'll see. Huh. Alright, well, this is kind of a mess, but let's see. Alright, so the way all this is compiled, apparently we didn't make lib files, but like I said, these A files are the lib files. But these are, like I said, these are very different than or the DLL.A. These are very different than a .a file on the Linux side. The fact that Python makes everything easy, but I want to know what's going on under the hood and such. I like learning, getting into the gritty stuff. Okay. That's because you like using classes where I can, but no idea if that matters or not. I mean, even if you don't have OOP constructs in your language, you're still going to build things based on structs, which, let's face it, are basically objects. Like, I don't know, people people get so dogmatic about what is OOP and what's not, and it's just like, I don't know, I have an object and I'm calling a function where the first parameter is an object and it does some work on the object. Like, yeah, that sounds like a method on a class in OOP, right? But whatever. But yeah, so anyways, the A files here, these are, like I said, these are not going to be, like, we can go look at the Linux ones in a second. What the fuck? Why is this not completing? Alright, whatever. Oh, no, this is actually an ARC. This is a static library. What? Do we just use the def files from here then? What the hell? Alright, maybe... Oh, wait, no. Let's look at GTK 2.16. Or where the hell is it? Because 2.16 is what we're actually linked against. I thought it was 16. What the fuck? Oh, unless it's this one. There we go. Okay. So this looks much more like what I was expecting, right? So there's glib 2.0.lib, but that's an, okay, wait, that's a static file. What the hell? Is it just a def file then? I don't know. I haven't looked at any of this in so long. No, okay, but here's all the exports. Okay, so maybe this is what I was thinking the .lib file was, but whatever. But you need the export file that declares all of the exports in the library because apparently they don't know what object dumped is, but whatever. So, use some structs in C++ class, and they were very similar. Yeah, exactly. How's it going, Fallen? Welcome. How you doing? All right, anyways. I think we're done with that rabbit hole for now. If you have questions, keep going, but I'm going to move to other stuff. Okay, so what is going on in this? This is v3 message handler. We are looking for roughly line 590. Anything's better than in Burrows, huh? Oh, from the viral chat? Yeah, I don't know. Appreciate it. Awesome. Yeah. Hopefully it's helpful and I didn't confuse you more. Purple IRC-v3 message, all right? Yeah, pride message. Oh, 472. So this starts on 472. Yeah, okay, this looks right. So we reordered a bunch of this a while ago. Right, so if the client's not registered, we want to take, if registration hasn't finished yet, we want to take whatever the or whatever messages come in, we want to jam it into the status window because we're not registered yet. This is all from the server. We know that. That's a heuristic. We know we can treat, we can go from there. So if it's a CTP, or so if it's not a CTCP message, we should end up here, and then we overwrite conversation. Okay, so I think this is dumb, but we need to say if not purple is conversation, then do this. If we received this message before registration completes, or registration has completed, conversation will be set to the status conversation. Okay, I think that's okay there. Here, we want to HG shelf this real quick. I know I just wrote it, but we're gonna shelf it so we can build. Are we on Libera? I might have this on Libera. I do not. Good. Okay. Crap. But we did not get a message from anywhere else is the problem. So we're gonna do this, right? So you see this zirconium, Libera, whatever. That's not supposed to get its own tab. Right? Because we get that message before registration finishes. So that should be going to our status window. So, right? So you just saw, and then the Sassel serve one's going to come up. That's fine, right? But so now if we go back here and we put this code back in, right? Just that conditional there. We should probably do this with CTCP messages as well, because you could receive a CTCP version or something from the server before registration is complete, right? But now we should get to Sassel serve, right? So before, remember, we weren't seeing extra messages on the status window there. There's a Sassel serve. We never, it's not going to be zirconium again. It's going to be whatever random one we get. But now that's not there, right? So now that dead assignment's gone, I'm just making sure this isn't doxing me. And then we can show this a little bit better. Okay, so my host name is up there. All right. The rest of this looks fine though. Okay. But so now I should have showed this before, but it didn't. But before this would have said there's acronium.libera.chat, but now it's irbium.libera.chat, right? So that all showed up here instead in the status window, and that's what we're supposed to do. That's the way this is supposed to work. So that's that bug fix right there. Sweet. Now the question is about CTCP. Okay, this is fine because if it's CTCP, if it's incoming and it's coming from the server and it's an action, we're not going to see that. The server's not going to give us an action, or they shouldn't. But if they do, then we'll fix it then. I don't care. We'll deal with it then. But this one, we're explicitly asking for the status conversation, so it's not a big deal. Although we should check this a little bit more. But okay. But yeah, okay. So this should fix the dead assignment too. So convey run scan build. You know, we're still gonna get the one failure for the one we fixed in the other pull request, but this should fix this one. Or not. Oh, it's gonna be dumb about that. I don't know how that's in use. Fine, whatever, I don't care. I'm gonna have to re-add my accounts. It's stupid, but it's fine. Oh, you know what? I could have just ran this with Mason. Son of a bitch. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Whatever. It's, oh, Jesus Christ. Let's do the normal build, and I'll Mason scan build, and we'll be fine. And we should see that we're down to 1 error instead of 2. No, it's Ninja. It's a Ninja scan build. This rerun setup with the compiler setup for scan build automatically. This is what the container does. This is just not in the container, obviously. Is this new? Oh no. I guess I just haven't noticed that in a while. But scan build takes it a little bit longer, right? Because it's not just trying to compile an object, it's trying to follow through all the paths and all that, and that's what's the build's taking longer than expected, or it normally does. Huh. Seven bugs. Oh, right. We also turn off a lot of stuff by default, too. Invalid stream state, stream already in EOF. Those might there, but dead assignments, there's 5. Jesus. Oh, okay. So the Vala and Genie stuff we ignore. Those are supposed to be turned off. The Pidgin conversation member attributes, that one we already did a pull request for. And then our warning's gone. Invalid stream state in readline and burb. Okay, that's in GObject introspection. That's not us. These are generated code, and we already fixed this one. So, not our problems, right? So our bug is fixed. Woo! IRC server messages. Fix server fix private messages. Going to the status window before registration. Or registration is complete. This got broken. And some of this code was reorganized. Okay. Either way, easy peasy, right? Scan build found dead assignment. Turns out that was the source of our bug. This is why you run static analysis. Right? Like, dead assignment. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, because this other thing. And Discord moves some stuff around, and they mess with the UI, and it's totally messing with me today. It's like, I kind of understand it, but now there's this big, like, empty bar at the top to look like a title bar. And it's kind of dumb. Also connected to Libera and verified that I didn't get a conversation with the servers anymore. Yep. Publish. CDP, Pidgin clean, issue up default, CD build, issue up default again, issue full minus U, RBT land minus R. 3962. This is the other dead assignment. If we run scan build, we should in theory see 7 again. I should have ran it first. But we should see 7, right? Because now it's going to be the IRC one still here. Okay. Run scan build. Do the whole compile. And you shake the bugs all out. I was trying to go hokey pokey there. Kind of worked. Oh, I got the back of my backpack. So I gotta turn this fan on too. It's really warm in here. So even though CypherCon just ended this week, or was this past week, they already have the dates and everything set up for next year. And this year or next year's topic is going to be remember when the internet was fun. And I am tempted to offer to run, set up, and or run AIM Retro server, or maybe even MSN Escargot for the conference. Like I really don't want to. Yeah, I think that's a topic. Oh, you're saying it was fun? I mean, it kind of. Okay, they don't have the topic on here yet. But so in Discord, they said. Where was it? Yeah, remember when the internet was fun? Question mark. I do. That's the theme. So. Yes, member berries. Yes. I remember. I just watched that episode too. I've been rewatching South Park. All right, cool. 7 bugs. 7 bugs. Nope, that's the wrong one. Are you asking if it was ever fun? I don't know. When I used to write AOLs, that was pretty fun. I mean, it's just one screwing after the next, and not in a good way. Well, you're doing it wrong. You're supposed to use lube. By the Lumen fiber? I am not. Our dispute on Windows libs for dynamic linking at compile time. You actually can generate it when building the GenDef and DLL tool, which are now part of the MingWe 64. Okay. Yeah, like that's generally not something we've had to care about. But like I said, my knowledge is very old on that topic as well. So either way. But historically you had to have a .lib file regardless. Lumen is a big cutout where somewhere causing major issues for themselves in Cogent and more. Lovely. Do you know if there's ever do you know if anything ever replaced the Internet Pulse or Internet Health Report, whatever it was called? I think it was Internet Pulse. Do you know if anything ever replaced that? That thing used to be great when shit was broken. I was like, I don't know, is the internet fucked? I don't know, let me check. Oh shit, that's a good idea too. MPTCP is definitely that's what? No. There used to be this website called internetpulse.net or something like that, and it had a bunch of the core internet backbones and they were pinging each other and you can see latency spikes and outages across the internet. So I don't know what you're talking about, MPTCP. I don't even know what the hell that is. I've not heard of it before. Did we just DOS IHR live? No. Oh. I am glad I opened this non-stream as it gives me my IP address. This kind of it. Oh, global report. Yeah, this kind of looks like it, but it's different. Huh. All right, I'll have to keep an eye on that. IHR.live. Well, like, this is why, even if somebody I trust gives me a link on stream, I still open it off stream. Right? Because shit happens. Like, they might not be intending on getting me to dox myself, but it could happen, right? Or maybe they are. I don't know. No, I'm talking. I'm talking about if Cogent can't connect to level 3, and if level 3 can't connect to Lumen, and like the core backbones of the internet. It has nothing to do with the kernel. It's about peering and BGP. You would never trick me into opening a lol on stream? I'm assuming it's supposed to be lol. Or what is lolly in reference to? I'm like, if anyone's going to do it, it would probably be you. Like, just, yeah. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but yeah. And explain lolly? I'm sure I know what this is, and I just can't think of it because it's been a while. Urban Dictionary.com. I just wasn't sure if it's a typo or not. Oh, no. Okay, I know what it is. There's a movie with, fuck, what was his name? There's a movie with the full title. I don't know if I'd say it's the anime thing, but maybe. There's a movie with the full title with, fuck, what is his name? I can hear his voice. He was the bad guy in Die Hard with a Vengeance. He's been in a ton of shit. Don't have your own ASN to bug bound PGP vulnerabilities, which is next design protocol after DNS. Yeah. Okay, yes, it's based on Lolita. Okay, yeah. Did I kill Firefox? No, no. Just, it's fucking slow. Firefox has been a pain in my ass. Jeremy Irons. Jeremy Irons. There we go. I got, like, IMDb finally came up, and then I remembered his damn name. Okay, the Urban Dictionary definitions are what you would expect. How's it going, Robbie? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Oh, okay. All right. So when we were doing the format testing for Ibis, this didn't I commit this? Oh, I renamed it formatting examples. So what I was doing was I could copy this and paste it into Pidgin 2 and it would send 4 messages. Right? But when I would copy it and paste it into Pidgin 3, it would send 1 message. And so I created this ticket. Oh boy. Yeah. Need one for Rogue BGP peer. Yeah, good luck. You want a /20? Damn. But yeah, so anyways, the idea was, hey, let's like we should support this so I could do testing with this easier, right? But the problem is nothing is as easy as you initially think it is, right? So whatever I said right now, the input box in Pidgin 3 allows you to enter a multi-line message, as many protocols allow that. However, IRC only expects 1 line in a message, and right now builds a message with /ends in it that the IRCD just truncates. We should split the message content on that and send multiple messages. Gilog said this is pretty straightforward, blah, blah, blah. I was confused about one part he said, but there's also this multi-line extension, which we should support if possible. But he meant the echo message support, which we haven't added yet, but yeah. Which is kind of message receipts. Oh, no, it's not message receipts. This is delivery receipts. Echo message is delivery receipts, not... I mean, technically, that is a message receipt, but a message... When you say message receipts, typically that was to see that somebody got... Which, that is a delivery receipt. What the fuck am I saying? I don't know. Whatever. But the problem we have is the way this gets written to Pidgin is we would have to turn this message into multiple messages. And I don't know who's doing that right now is the question. And that's what we need to figure out. But in theory, the protocol should be the one writing the messages to the conversation. But I don't know that that's the way this exactly works right now. How long have I been coding? 30 years. No joke. I started when I was 12, and I am 42. Your V6 is a /36? Damn. Don't want to use the V6 currently due to what you use the V4 for? SIP should be fine over V6, right? There shouldn't be any weird reasons with that. Alright, so anyways, yeah. So then QLogic said, I think one other thing that would also be important eventually is the attributes, the message formatting. I don't think IRC-v3 supports sending them yet. We do not. But if we split, we'll need to split those as well. Thinking it may be useful to have a helper for this in Burb. Maybe the helper splits text, Pango attributes, or purple if it splits purple messages. So I think we can work around some of this. Because there's Pango, adder, list. No, splice isn't the right thing. Well, we could go through with get iterator. Gave you a /32 of V6? Jesus. Okay, I guess you're supposed to iterate it. Okay, so yeah, either way, this should probably be something Burb should give us. The other thing that we'll probably put in Burb is a way to convert the attributes here um to like a format to a Pango format string. What was my use case for this? I think that was for unit testing, really. So that instead of using an adder list, we could use a string and convert it to the format. Oh yeah, because we're gonna need that for serialization, for messages and shit. It's gonna be a real pain in the butt trying to like serialize. Like, so the Panger adder list to string works, but like it'd be better if it was just the markup as a string, rather than going through each one of these and then having, you know, a many to many table for every fucking message. That'd be really annoying really quick. Right, we would just have plain text and then, you know, formatted for each message, which there'd be some duplication there, but it's better than ginormous joins. Oh, that could say attributes as a list. Interesting. I guess you can iterate it yourself then, rather than using the iterator. But yeah, so there's some options there. Excuse me. All right, but what we do need to figure out is who actually writes this to the conversation. Because I think we need to find who calls purple protocol conversation. Send. Is it right? Protocol conversation. Purple conversation. Oh, this is not looking good. Or maybe. Let's send message and blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, hold on. One of the other things we really need to start doing too is documenting how this stuff works so you don't have to read it in the code, right? So let's see, v3 protocol conversation.c send message async. Aha, good. So it's up to the protocols. The protocols have to write the message out. So what we can say here is, all right, just double checked in the code, and the protocols are responsible for writing messages to the conversation. So if the protocol takes an input message that has, I don't know, 3 new lines in it, it can create 3 distinct messages. Oh, this is gonna get weird though. 3 distinct messages in the conversation. This means it would have to manage the batch to properly call, properly finish the async call, but everything else should be fine. All right. Oh, I was gonna also add. I was looking at adding something like verb Pango adder list to markup and verb Pango markup to adder list to convert between a Pango markup string and adder lists. That wouldn't exactly help in the split case, though. We should be able to, I thought there was, let's filter. Remove, okay, I'll get it, stuff from the list. I thought there was a thing to like get something out of position. Update indices of attribute in list for a change in the text they refer to. The change in this function applies is remove bytes of the position. Okay, we should be able to use Pango adder list. Should be able to use pango.adderList. What was it? Update? Yeah, update to figure out the attributes for each separate line. What are you laughing at? Number of engineers at ISPs that don't know what BGP is too damn high. So a guy I work with apparently has a Class C from Aaron that he got in like 1993 or 1994. And they've tried to buy it from him multiple times. And he's just like, meh. I'm like, that's like house buying money, man. Just go sell it to him. Or auction it off. RSP just called you because they have... You single home to Cogent? Oh, boy. We were talking about this earlier, previously, you and I. I don't remember what it was, but yeah. I think it's a /24. I could be wrong. But no, actually no. Isn't it like 20,000 or something? But that's like per month or something. It's something stupid like that, isn't it? But like he got it because they were giving it away for free. He doesn't pay for it even. It's just like, damn. 35 per IP now. Oh, okay. 9,000 to purchase. Gotcha. Okay. But that's per month or something, right? That's not a forever thing, right? That's one time, then you pay Aaron to keep it active. What do you have to pay them to keep it active? Or how much, or whatever? Like, what's the reoccurring price? What's the subscription price? Oh my god. I'm so tired from last week. Like I know, like, yeah, I'm not exactly what's the word? The word when you don't sedentary, but like I normally get like 4,000 steps a day, right? That's my average. Last week, almost every day was 12,000 steps. Just exhausted. How much /24s you have? But it's a couple grand on the low end and go up to the tens of thousands if you have a big block. Like your AT&T or Lumen. Gotcha. We should probably figure out this problem. I'm sure it's permissions. It's always fucking permissions. Cannot run program chmod. Fail to exec spawn helper. Exit value 1. Really call it like micro, small, medium, and large. Nice. Tail scale, because I don't know the IP address of things in my own LAN. I should probably fix that. Reaper 5. Where are you? Reaper 5. Copy. SSH admin at blah blah. That looks right. Team city TC. That looks fine. I have 5 gigs available. It should be fine. Crypto /20 is like 1050 a year. You have /8. It's like 135K. Jesus, that's a lot of money. All right. What the hell is the problem here? No, let's do this. Oh, wait, what? What I want? Yeah. Sure, whatever. Oh, what? Yeah. Do I not have bash? What the fuck? Alright, whatever. Fucking hell. You have /8 though? You can afford the 135K fee? Yeah, I'm sure. Unless you inherited it as part of who knows what. Alright, like, do I really not have bash installed? Like, it's definitely possible. I do not have bash installed. Look at that. Now I do. Fuck no. You can pay from Pidgin, only via donations here on Twitch and stuff like that. I do part-time independent contracting to pay the bills. You can watch it. All right, they're all good movies. But no, I got involved in Pidgin 21 years ago, 22-ish years ago actually. Now, fuck. And yeah, I don't know. It's just it became my life's work. that's yeah. bin./agent.sh. Oh, you know why? This is all just gonna start working out. It's because we didn't have bash installed. $10 says this works now. Well, it gets past that, so that we get a different error. Or not. Good thing nobody took my $10 bet. Failed to set the executable attribute for custom script. Blah. Home TC is home not executable? That would be really weird. Wait, no, then I wouldn't be able to run scripts at all. Sells my hair. Thank you, Linux developer. I'm sure home is in the path. Oh, no, I know what you're saying. Yeah. No, that doesn't matter, though. Right, so it's complaining that it tried to set the executable bit for home, team city, TC temp, agent temp, custom script, whatever, and that failed with unexpected error. Or whatever. It failed to chmod -x. Right, that's... Never program chmod, exit value 1. Alright, but let's try this. Agent, stomp. Let's see. No. User include rc dot... No, user etc. Fuck, where the hell's the script? User local etc. rc.d team city agent stop. That's still running. The actual command isn't a problem. I said minus whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, Team City's trying to do it, not me. So, this is a continuous integration tool. The build agent is failing to make a script executable. I misspoke, but that's what's happening. Like, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm trying to figure out why this is failing. There might be something in the logs here. Failed to remove file, old. Alright, but why didn't the invoke... Hold on, let's start with this. Let's just do this real quick. No, it's a service. It has a startup script. It has a stop script. It's not back up yet. Come on, FreeBSD. Do your thing. But yeah, as we got close to the release for Experimental 2, I just kind of let... Like, if anything was broken, it wasn't immediately necessary. I just let it break and stay broken. So now I'm going back and trying to fix everything. Oh, why are you taking so long, man? That was for Mina. Okay, now you're there. Fine. I was just impatient. All right, so anyway, so that should have restarted the agent. Yep. Reboot's not going to hurt anything, right? Let's run this again. And, oh, I was like, Andor didn't start yet. Yeah, I think they announced it, but there's not a new one yet. I don't think. It's cloning. Oh. Yeah, so it looks like it got past whatever the problem was. In the words of, is it Roy? I think it's Roy. Hello, IT. Have you tried turning it off and on again? And now all our FreeBSD builds are apparently working because I just restarted the agent. It's because, yep, that's what it takes sometimes. Well, it was I ran again. Go to Haya, come on, run. None of the other ones are. Oh, well, Pidgin's still there. It's running. Okay. Awesome. It's coming out on the 22nd. Ah, cool. Cool. All right. So now we wait for this to finish. Come on, pretzel. All right. So this still failed, but this failed for a better reason this time. And this is going to be something with lib spelling and GTK source view failing to build. Oh no, we failed because a unit test failed. What test failed? Oh, test engine of lib spelling failed. Interesting. Okay. Ibis FreeBSD pass now good. Haya is gonna fail, I think. Probably because we don't have Avahi installed. Oh, no, made further than that. Why did this fail? Error equals null. Failed to create client. Damn it. Oh, right. Yeah. I need to figure out how we're going to deal with that. That's going to be fun. You missed the E for Pebcac. And it's supposed to be KAC. Or I guess it could be key and or chair and keyboard, but I've always known it as PEB KAC. My thoughts on Rust are it's not for me. And if you try to shove it down my throat, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. That's my thoughts on Rust. There have been many people that have come in here and told me how much of a horrible person I am for writing C code in 2025 when there's memory safe languages and blah blah blah, and they can all just go fuck themselves. Because yeah. They also don't like that I point out that, oh hey, you know the creator of Rust named Graydon Hoare? I think I'm saying his name right. I'm not sure. I've never actually heard it. You know, before he wrote Rust, he wrote this little version control tool called Monotone that Linus Torvalds like publicly blasted about. And you know, that's kind of shitty, but like the more important thing is like, you know, he doesn't work on Rust anymore. He now works at Apple and he works on Swift. So what's it say about the future memory safe language of blah 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 when its own creator works on a different language now? Right? Like the evangelism that goes behind the Rust people is just a lot. And like they don't even know the basic history of it. And it's just like, yeah. Graydon Hoare works at Apple on Swift. Graydon. So, yep. Monotone, Rust. Oh, look, now Swift. Oh, hey. Let's see. So his personal Rust 4 years ago. But Swift. Oh, okay, hold on. That's 9 years ago. What the hell? I think it's a Wikipedia page. Okay, we'll get to it from Rust. Or not. Where the hell did... blah, blah, blah. Stepped down from Rust in 2013. Like... Alright, I don't know where I saw the thing about him working on Swift, but he definitely works on Swift. You can see it from his GitHub, but I'm pretty sure he was still there. But, oh, no, let's just take him back. Whatever, anyways. Maybe he moved now, too. We don't fuzz our code as enough as we should be. Historically, the Pidgin 2 code has not been fuzzable because it hasn't really been written to be testable. We're intending on getting all that stuff working in Pidgin 3, but we need to make the program work first. If you're more familiar with fuzzing, by all means, please step in and contribute some fuzzing stuff to us. Because following that stuff and making it work is a pain in the ass. How would you get paid? Well, the bigger thing is, like, he went to Apple, and Apple doesn't allow you to work on open source. Like, that's just the way it is. So maybe that's why his Swift repo doesn't do anything else, but whatever. But the thing is, as you will get older, you're going to want hobbies that you, like, when your hobby becomes your day job, it sucks, and it takes all the fun out of your hobby. That's why, like, you hear the meme all the time about, like, software developers and engineers and stuff going and getting into woodworking or becoming farmers and stuff like that. It's because we want a hobby that's not going to, you know, that's going to actually be fun and not have stupid deadlines and other BS associated with it. So, all right, we're not done with it. Well, maybe we can go through this. So, we need to get auto reconnection working. And sure, just why don't we just auto reconnect? That'll be fine, right? And there's more to it, right? So we'll walk through my thoughts on this real quick, and then we'll see if we can fill in the gaps, or we'll go over the gaps that I'm aware of right now, and if we can solve them now, cool. If not, whatever. We get tired of whiny users that just take and take and take and never get back on anything but a bunch of pissing and moaning. Yeah, that's, yeah. Hey, you're welcome. I'm glad you found it useful. That's cool. Well, I mean, so... fine, where the hell is it? It's under wiki or something. Free software user entitlement syndrome, aka FUSES. Last modified 16 years ago. Oh, I don't know why that linked to there. That's a problem. Oh, because it's in timeline. That's why. I don't know who wrote this, but yes. Oh, Stu wrote it. But we were all saying this apparently in 2008. Hector Sabu was a good hacker, not better than Kevin, though. I don't know who Hector Sabu is. Robbie, I'm going to warn you, you might be out of your league here. Yeah, that's a much more fair assessment. All right. So, auto reconnection. I've written a bit about this, as you can tell. So, in Purple 2, we had a difference between temporary and fatal connection errors. This doesn't really make sense anymore, and I could argue that it never did. Fatal errors were typically stuff like invalid password, banned, etc. However, those are more external errors that the user might not have anything to do with and could be resolved without any action from them. A few examples include an identity service could be down when the user tried to log in, the user could be temporarily banned, or the user's internet connection went down, right? I mentioned all of this because the fatal connection errors in Purple 2 stopped reconnection attempts by disabling the account. This is obviously a bit of a pain for users as they then have to re-enable their accounts. This is exacerbated by an issue with the notifications in Pidgin 2 that sometimes don't get updated and will give the user the option to reconnect, which is impossible because the account is disabled. This one hits me all the time. It drives me nuts. Robbie, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Greatly appreciate it. I'm not like the others, so I'll subscribe. Okay. Thanks. All right. I think we can make this much easier for users and with less impact on the service providers by retrying forever, but with less impact on the service providers by retrying forever. That's weird, reads weird, but yeah. But with a less aggressive and more evenly distributed backoff. We already changed the type of purple account error from purple connection error to glib error. Purple connection error still exists, but will likely be removed as part of this. Having this as a glib error gives protocols more control over their errors, as it doesn't require an update to an enum in libpurple, which is good for everyone. Also, there's nothing stopping a protocol from disabling an account during an error, which would remove all of the need for this enum. Right, so the enum's gone, there's no use to it. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to I Like Boobies. That's one I'll actually announce because it's kind of funny. Much better than the other ones we've had in the past. So the next step would be to start implementing the reconnect logic into Purple Account Manager. That will retry indefinitely. I'm going back and forth on whether the account should manage its own auto reconnection when it's enabled, but it seems like it should be the account manager. But when we have a data storage thing, we'll get to that in a minute. The current thought is to use a Fibonacci-based backoff, maxing out around 6 hours. We'll keep a counter as an index into the Fibonacci set, which we should treat as minutes between attempts. That means that we try at the following minute intervals: 0, so an immediate retry; 1 minute, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 3 minutes, 21 minutes, 34 minutes, 55 minutes, 59 minutes. That can't be right. This is 89. 1 hour, 29 minutes. I clearly typoed that or copy paste. I don't know, whatever. 144 minutes, 2 hours, 24 minutes, 233 minutes, 3 hours, which is 3 hours and 53 minutes, and 377 minutes, which is 6 hours and 17 minutes. Retrying in this matter helps us reconnect quickly for transient issues and is more evenly distributed compared to exponential backoff that would happen at the following minute intervals: 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, right? You just jump up so much faster, right? You get a bunch more attempts in here, but you're slowly starting and then you start jumping, right? And then it's not as fast as exponential. Jeez. That's the idea of the Fibonacci for it. To track this, we'll need to add 2 new properties to Purple Account. These are reconnect counter and reconnect time. Both of these properties will be serialized with the accounts so that they won't attempt to connect during a restart of the program and instead be retried after their backoff has expired. When a connection error is encountered, the reconnect time will be calculated based off of the reconnect counter. Then reconnect counter will be incremented and a timeout will be added to run at reconnect time. When that timeout expires, purple connect.connect will be called. If the account fails to connect, these steps will be repeated indefinitely, maxing out at the whatever value. However, a protocol may choose to inspect the reconnect counter property and decide to disable the account to stop connection attempts. Until at the max interval. If the count successfully connects or is disabled, the reconnect counter and reconnect time properties will be reset to their defaults and any timeouts will be removed. Now, the problem here is for the account manager to manage this, those properties need to be writable. So that's where the idea of having the account manage it itself But then that kind of defeats the purpose. I did have another idea, which I feel like we're just ooping too hard, was to have like a purple reconnector or account reconnector object, right? Which would take an account in these values and then manage it. And then I guess the account manager could watch that. But we still kind of want that as a property on the account. This is so dumb. So this is where I'm stuck on this problem right now. Is where do we actually put the data? Right? Because like we want these values to be readable because it'd be nice in the account manager to be like, hey, this account failed, gonna reconnect at this time. You know, reconnecting in 5 minutes, right? Or attempting to reconnect in 5 minutes, right? Something like that would be cool. Having that easily accessible from the account, awesome. The problem is accounts shouldn't be self-managing, I think is the word I want to say. Maybe the bigger problem here is that the property for whether or not, so we're still using the old nomenclature that we've had forever, which is that you enable accounts. Well, I was going to say maybe we name it auto connect, but that doesn't make sense because then it would be like you can connect an account if that's not auto connected. Like synchronization makes sense technically speaking, but most like I don't want to downplay users, but users aren't going to understand that, and that like we're going to synchronize your online state to the global status of the program. That's not something end users are thinking of. I can see everybody is so keen on this topic because everybody got so quiet. Unless you're all still trying to go or whatever, make sense of this. So like, I think the logic of how this is going to work is fine. I'm getting hung up in the implementation details. Right? I think that's the problem. So the thought was, if we look at, so purple account already has a bunch of methods. Purple account connect. The thought is if we make this just a purple account thing, actually maybe that's the answer. If we make a purple account reconnect, or do we need a reconnect? We can just check it and connect. Let's look at that code real quick. Oh yeah, that was fixed by the reboot. Good. So real connect creates a connection from, gets a connection from the protocol. Yeah, there's no reason we can't just defer all this. Okay. What is... Oh, it's because of all that nonsense. Okay. Oh, wait, what? No, it's connected. Nope. Okay, so that checks if it's enabled. It gets the protocol. If we don't have a protocol, we send an error. And then we call can connect async. Okay. Oh. Huh. Fuck, how's that going to play in? Oh, I guess it would be the same deal, but oh, that's going to really suck. So the idea of can connect async is to look for like your internet connection errors and stuff like that. Right. So like if you can't access the internet right now because you don't have a default gateway, then it's not even going to try, right? It's just going to say, hey, we can't, whatever, right? So if we check this guy, right, so we set an error, purple count set error, unable to connect for unknown reasons. That's probably shouldn't be unknown reasons, but whatever. Oh, I know. That's okay. That can connect was false. Always we set the error to whatever we got from the protocol saying that. The protocol's supposed to look it up and give us an idea. The logic on all of this, it sucks, and it's really a pain. We need some way to reset the retry counters, though. All right, so hold on. So reconnect time will be calculated based on that. Blah, blah, blah. If the account successfully connects or is disabled, the account reconnect counter percentage of the wallet will be removed. This can be. We will also have a purple.account.reset reconnect. That sucks. Clear. Did I really just? Thank God for graphs. Just have a purple count. Reconnect. Reset. No. Clear. Reconnect. So what happens is we're also monitoring when our internet connection comes back. And we're not necessarily doing anything right now. But what we should do is when the internet connection comes back, any accounts that are disconnected and errored, we should probably clear their reconnection state and then have them start over again. Reset back off? I don't know. That will reset these values. It can be called when internet connectivity is restored. The problem is the account's still going to call itself. I don't know. I might just publish this as is and just go from there. Errata. Right now, having these properties having purple dot account manager responsible for calling purple dot account dot connect would mean that the properties have to be writable globally. This would make it easy for a plugin or something to get things out of sync. To combat this, the account could manage everything itself, but then it's trying to reconnect itself, which feels weird. Especially as purple.account manager connects accounts when they're enabled. But that could be changed. In fact, I think we would change that if that's the case. There is another option of having a purple.account reconnector or something. But that seems way too over-engineered. No, I'm leaning towards moving connection initial connections to purple.account, but need to do some more digging. Sure. All right, we're gonna go with that for now. If anybody has comments on this, by all means, please take a gander. No, we're in an ad. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta pee. I gotta get water. Right back. Alright, welcome back. How's it going, Robotic Head? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Ugh. So those who don't know Robotic Head, he's another streamer here on Twitch. He works on a project management tool that's open source called Nearbeach. And you should go give him a follow. If I looked in your mailbox, and you told me you had forgot you had some stickers on the way, they must have been in there for weeks. Yep, that'll happen. I should go check my P.O. box. Make sure there's nothing in there. But yeah, so if anybody has any comments on this and would like to go through this and has any suggestions, by all means, please do so. Hi, mister. You're not going to get no treats right now. You already had too many. Hey, get out of there. That's not for you. I forgot to throw out my Reese's wrappers, and he's like, chocolate? Peanut butter? Chocolate? Peanut butter? Oop. Hi. You already got too many treats. Or here. You'll get two. That's it. All right. So there is an old ticket that I don't remember the number for it. That we should grab. It did get moved to experimental 3. That much is clear. This thing. That's it. All you're getting. Oh. Hi. What? He's grumpy. He's like, I want more. Oh, maybe we should do that too. Oh, topic changes are not displayed as events. We should. There's also another numeric we're not grabbing right now related to them. If not connected, to go to connect. Yeah, I mean, ideally, yes. The problem is, so once I get a decent plan, and actually maybe I'll ask them now. I'm gonna reach out to the Libero staff and ask them if they have suggestions. So inadvertently, the Thunderbird developers created a epidemic of a problem for Libera and its users. And I would like to not do that. But the problem that they created was Thunderbird, when you connect to IRC, it would set up a SASL authentication, and it would always use it regardless of if it worked or not, right? And the problem with IRC is, you have to manually go and set up an account and all this stuff. And since Thunderbird wasn't ever verifying that the user was able to log in with SASL, what would happen is the user would try to connect, they wouldn't, and they would just say fuck it and leave it. So then every X amount of times, whenever the account would try to reconnect, it would the person who actually owned the NIC would get a SASL warning that somebody failed a login attempt. Those Libera users would then reach out to the Libera staff, and it was just a nonsense problem, right? There's nothing you could do about it because the Thunderbird people didn't have any way to get a hold of their users. And yeah, right? So when it comes to reconnecting stuff like that, there's all sorts of little side effects like that you want to avoid. And this is why I want to reach out to the Libera people. So, like, for example, Pidgin 3, what was the trick we actually did there? Oh, that's part of it. So when you successfully log in with SASL, we have a field for IRC accounts for the SASL authentication name, because that's your account name, and your account name isn't necessarily your NIC, your current active NIC on the IRC network. So what we do is when you successfully authenticate with SASL, and you do not have a SASL authentication name set, we set the Sassel authentication name to whatever the hell your nick was when you authenticated, right? What we used for your Sassel name. And then that way, that problem should be avoided because the account just shouldn't connect and you should be fine. Although the account reconnection stuff might be a problem here. But this is why I want to reach out to the Libera people to get their thoughts on it, right? Because I don't want to spam them and create more work for them because that's just not good for anyone. I mean, we all know go-tos are valid in C. That's technically what a switch is. Just nobody else does anything else for it. Ah, this guy right here. So right now there's a bunch of redundant API to get the connection of an account. This should say connection state of an account. Accounts don't have a connection state property, so it has to look it up from its connection. But connections only exist when an account is not disconnected. So this makes things way more complicated. Moving the connection state property to purple account will simplify this immensely. The methods on purple connection should be deprecated in favor of the purple account methods. So what did we merge from this? So that anime girl you just saw, she is keeping the AI bots out, which is awesome. Because actually I need to check that. I might have to update Anubis. Because it looked like our bandwidth usage had gone back up. Oh, no. Oh. No, we're just spiky. Okay, yep. Spiky bandwidth stuff, fine. Not a problem. We were at a sustained 20 megabits before I deployed Anubis. And now we casually sit around a couple 100K. And then we spike sometimes when people are doing clones, which is totally fine. Not a problem. But when I checked the other day, I thought it said 500K something. It must have just been somebody who was actually cloning legitimately. So yeah. Add some new API to purple account to migrate to the new purple account connection state property. What do we actually do here? We added enums to purple connection state, set connection state. Like, I thought I got stuck on this for something. Like, I have a branch for this. It's not account stuff. I don't think it's account stuff. Maybe it is. This does look different. Do I have anything in the commit message? Trying to get the account stuff situated. I have no idea if it's going to compile. I think I got into like some weirdo infinite loops or something. But I don't remember because that was November 1st. All right, well, we built. That's good. All right. So this was the one we're looking for. So, I'm confused because this should have. Add some new API to purple count to migrate to the new thing. We had a oh, right, okay. So we added a property here, but this defers to, okay, that's, okay. So this pull request added the new API that called the old API and deprecated the old API, right? So it created the new API, but it didn't implement the new API, if that makes sense, right? It still called the old API, but it let us migrate everything over. And then this one's going to be to move everything to the new API. Update protocols to the new connection state API. Cool. Yep. Not everything has been migrated to the new API. We need to remove the old API and actually implement this properly. Right. Okay. So that's what this is supposed to be. And I don't remember what failed here, but that's why we actually have the field in here now. Because previously when we would get the property, right? So get state. This was static before. Get connection state. Right. So it was getting the connection and then it was returning the connection state. But if it didn't have a connection, it said it was disconnected. Right. And that's part of the problem with all of this and why it's dumb. Signal is emitted when an account settings change. It's fine. This is emitted when. Okay, connected. Yeah, because we also had these duplicate signals and all this other nonsense, and it's just, it sucked. Right. Alright, but what actually was the problem here? I don't remember. Okay, well that seems like a problem. Oh no, okay. Like nothing came online. Um, why did this never get flipped? We definitely look like we're connected. Yep. The connection state of the conversation is connected too, so that's good. But okay, so that's a problem. I don't remember what property that's pulling there. Disable the account. Why didn't that go offline? Disabled. This should have automatically gone disabled or offline. I don't remember what this is connected to. Also, wait, what? This window is normally fucked up for me. Oh, okay, no, I floated it. Okay. Like, what? Oh, okay, so this isn't updating because it's not tied to that. Okay, cool. So we should be able to fix that too. Is this actually good? There was some issue I was having with this, and I don't remember what it was. Dev m 192.168.1.220. Require password, advanced options, 6667, no TLS. That should be fine. Oh, you know what? I don't think we have the rate limiter built into this. We should fix that at some point. No. Cancel. Pidgin. References. Credentials. Lib secret. Clues. Counts. Re-enable. Disconnecting. That enum might be broken. We might have reordered it. That's annoying. We'll have to fix that. Oh, yeah, I forgot a setting. Did you allow plain text over blah blah blah? Save. Build these prefixes for the announcements to Cogent in LA. And they did it wrong. Successfully authenticated with Sassel Plane. Okay, cool. Yep, okay, awesome, sweet. How the fuck can I not get to your other prefixes in Dallas and Tampa? Yep, that might be a problem. Okay. So this looks okay. Like, this widget's fucked up, but I think this is okay. I don't know what the problem was here. Alright, well, whatever. Bugs closed. Like, was this actually done and I just didn't realize it? Because that's definitely what this is looking like. That was the right bug, right? Yeah. 3964. Testing done. Connected a demo and IRC-v3 account without issues. They're gonna kill you? How many times a day do you say that? I'm like, where's the diff? Apparently I missed. Okay, so we added the connection state property here. So on set connection state, if it is not the same, then we set it. If the new state is connected, we set our login time. Then we emit connected. Otherwise, we emit the disconnected signal. I feel like we should do that after the fact. You sat in a room with the CEO and COO, and your CEO told them, wait. Oh, okay, gotcha. You can be a real son of a bitch when your stuff doesn't work right? Nice. We're going to reorder this a bit. But that's okay. I wanted to put it here because this is just easier to go through. I'm just more used to it. Also, we have to run turtles. I think we're in turtles. You just happen to have a cell phone number? So, on my whiteboard over here, I don't even know if this is still valid, but back when I still had Spectrum, and, you know, I had Spectrum, so I had Spectrum problems. It got so bad, that, I managed to get the regional, I don't even know what his title was. It's not manager, but like, whatever. I managed to get his phone number from the CEO's office. Yeah, they gave me his phone number. Whenever I have a problem, just give him a call. They'll make sure it gets fixed. That guy's name was Rob Newcomb, as in Duke Nukem. And his phone number is still on my whiteboard. And I have not had the Spectrum in a long time. Are you scared to call CeeLo? Yeah, me neither. Because, like, the problem is, and most people don't realize this, is, like, people think the C-levels have, like, an innate ability to know what's going on with the company. And the simple fact of the matter is they have no fucking clue what happens on a day-to-day, right? That's the entire reason why there was that show, Undercover Boss, right? is because they only see what their minions will show them, right? And if their minions think, oh, I don't know, it's fine, or we can't fix everything, so whatever, right? Reaching out to the CEO's office will generally help you get a problem. Like, to be fair, like, I didn't just like pounce on the CEO's office. Like, I had multiple techs out here and nothing got fixed. So like after the third tech, I sent an email to the CEO's office and it got fixed in 2 days. And it's like, oh yeah. He used to work at a bank. He walked into the CIO's office on a Wednesday morning and told him I was turning off his entire LAN, his main operation center and data center. Oh wow. And their response was, what's a LAN? Right? I want to get rid of this stuff too. This is silly. Or at least make it like static inline or something. I don't know. He's pretty sharp on tech, but he was like, is that really necessary? Nice. Before switches and hubs had jabber detection. What is jabber detection? Did you land the point? Like, was it looking for port 6222? No, that's not it. Is it 5222? Fuck, what the hell's a jabber port? Yeah, 5222. There we go. Oh, it's 6201 and 6200 is the RFC, right? Something like that. So where Nick would go insane and you start transmitting garbage. Ah, on switcher will just isolate that port and protect the network. Nice. Oh, okay, yeah. Wait, didn't that change? No, that was the menus. The menus got changed. Okay. Right then, you basically had to manually isolate it, and on a big network, that meant turning it off, stop, and turn it back. Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah. Luckily, I had layer 3 switches when I would have to do that stuff. Right. Rogue DHCP servers. Idiots that loop back put a cable, both ends of a cable into the same switch. Other fun stuff. The loopback switch is still one of our IT department at one company. It took them 3 days to find it, and they found it after I got involved. And the problem was, we had inventory like a little bit before this incident happened, and in one of the conference rooms they threw a switch in there, and some people were in there having a meeting. And somebody's just like, clink. It took down the whole network for 3 fucking days. Try idiots that would take the Terminator off the thin net and play with it while eating lunch. That really, oh god. And this is why we have fidget toys now. So that people don't take the Terminator off of the thin net or the token ring or even their SCSI array. Fucking hell. People are great. Alright, that gets rid of all the purple connection crap. Yep. Uh-huh. So back in the purple 2 days, we had the purple connection object, and it would have a attribute on it called protocol data. And anything the protocol need to keep track of, it would just jam into that. It was just a void star pointer. What we're trying to do with purple 3 is the connection object is just the protocol shit. There's some base level stuff in there to define behavior and stuff. But then the protocols implement it and it's just their shit. And like, because like in purple 2, the connection was the connected runtime data and the account was the like offline serializable data. But we're trying to move more of that over to the account. Just more of that stuff goes to the account, and then the protocol stuff goes to the connection. So yeah, it took us weeks to isolate because they were not on site at that office. So by the time we showed up, the network had magically started working again. Oh, fun. Yep. Oh, did I tell you the new problem I just ran into? So apparently the default ARP cache on Linux is too small for a site, for like a /22. Or for a very highly active /22. Because you will constantly bust your ARP cache and everything will come to a grinding halt on that machine. So I got to learn about the ARP cache and the neighbor something sys request to make the shit work. It's funny. I bumped the one up from like 128 to 1024, and all of a sudden the whole machine was just like, Vroom, I'm alive. Up to handle /16s. Holy shit. Yeah, so I quadrupled everything. I might go a little higher. But the level 3 cache is, yeah, I think it's still low. So the client I have right now is in hospitality, and so our server, all the thermostats in a hotel have to talk to our server, and this particular hotel has at least 1,600 thermostats. Like that can't be right for rooms. Like a hotel with 1,600 rooms sounds just like so many. It might be right. I don't know. Right? I haven't worked out the math. I don't know. But yeah, that's what just absolutely just destroyed the machine. And it was just like, oh my god. All right, we're gonna fix this to do that stuff a little better, and then we'll go from there. You have lands with greater than 1,000 machines on them. Yeah, that's the situation here, right? Is we have more than 1,000 devices trying to talk to our one machine at once, directly, right? On the same LAN. That's why ARP matters. But you know that, but for everybody else, and that's where the problem came from. So like, as I'm SSH'd in. Even though I'm connected over a VPN, another interface, I'm getting kicked out. I'm getting evicted out of the ARP. Or no, the VPN shouldn't have gotten up. Yeah, I'm. Oh no! The VPN itself didn't get evicted from the ARP cache, but the gateway was getting evicted from the ARP cache, which was then slowing us down. Yeah. Just like, shit. All right, so we want to move the signals to the end after the notify. Yeah, okay. I know what we're going to do. This would be easy. Purple account.c. Close. One of the other things I want to get done much sooner in Pidgin 3 is to fix up the keyboard bindings. Because keyboard bindings, just like defaults for hitting enter and stuff, all that shit's busted. It sucks. So the sooner that stuff works, the better. What were we going for? We're going for set connection state. Your LAN networks are literally 10x/16, where X is a side code. Yikes! That's a lot of machines. Yeah, actually, I said a /22. It's got to be more than 22. Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, that's a lot of VMs. Object, freeze, notify object. Then we're going to set the connection state thing there. And then we're going to grab this. There. You set to the property right away. That's property and notify right away. So that the signal handlers below will have the correct state, or we'll see the correct state. Right, so this notify, or we can just say option now. This fit now? Like, oop. Yep. So this is going to get held back, and so will this one. Oh, that's on the presence. Fuck, that doesn't even matter. God damn it. I thought, for some reason, I was thinking the presence thing was here, but whatever. Alright, whatever, it's fine. Either way, this is a better setup to do the notify right away. The connection state changed. Although, every customer gets their own set of VMs, and they get a min of 5 VMs per site. Yikes. How many sites do you have? If you don't want to share that publicly, it's fine. Currently 3? Damn. Although I suppose LA, Dallas, and Florida. Huh. At Corvisa, we had Chicago and Kansas City, Missouri. But we had those on a private fiber ring. Well, maybe not private, but whatever. AC's not bad. Oh. Seems like you need something more northern, but whatever. Hey, you can probably get into that new Microsoft data center they're gonna put in Point Pleasant, Wisconsin. No, it's not Point Pleasant. What is Point Pleasant? Is it's the fucking That 70s Show. What the hell is it? Pleasant Prairie? Mount Pleasant. There we go. Abandoned some data center projects. Company says Mount Pleasant work. Oh, there it says Mount Pleasant's on track, March 27th. This apparently got put on hold. This whole area was gonna, like, it got super redeveloped and shit because Foxconn was gonna put a Gen 7 LCD plant here or something, and they did all this stuff, eminent domained a bunch of people, blah blah blah, and then Foxconn did what they did and they walked away. Chicago's the next pop. Gotcha. You're trying to get into Xi, DC, and Memphis? I don't know that one, but there on the Microsoft Corp data center campus construction site in Mount Pleasant. Been data center project set to use 2 gigawatts of electricity. Blah blah. Microsoft scrapped leases totaling a couple 100 megawatts of capacity load 2 private data centers. Southeast Wisconsin, Microsoft currently has a $3.3 billion data center under construction in Mount Pleasant and a smaller one planned for Kenosha. Earlier this month, without explanation, the company paused construction on expansion sites for the Mount Pleasant location. Long and short of it is that we strategically pace our infrastructure. Our commitment to Wisconsin have not changed. We're fully on track with construction on our data center in Mount Pleasant. We still expect to go online in 2026, and our $3.3 billion commitment remains intact. Sure, it has. We're done preliminary work for the future build. So, yeah. We'll see. XA is Muskrat's AI company. Ah, oh, gotcha. Yeah. They have a big SDC in Memphis, huh? Yeah, probably. Tariff slammed all the brakes. All of them. So this is shitty. Um, okay, actually, I suppose this doesn't make a big deal. So when the connected signal gets called, the connection state of the account should say connected, right? That's what putting this up here will happen. Likewise, with disconnected, this will say disconnected. The concern was that the presence login time will be weird, but like you have the workaround of just doing fucking get time now or connecting to the signal. Because if you connect to the signal, then the presence will be right. But if you're doing a notify on the property, then you can't get the presence. I think this is an okay compromise. Reset the property and notify right away so the signal handlers below will see correct state. Well, it wouldn't be so shitty if you used Rust. Yeah, the barrel checker has nothing to do with this. This is fucking order of operation. We were just talking about at CypherCon. We were talking about there was a blog post that hit Lobsters. I'm sure it hit Hacker News too. I don't remember hitting Hacker News, but I don't know. About the blog post is something about Rust made me write better code, and it was somebody that was building a video game, and in their game engine they added a new weapon of a laser that on shoot or like when it's fired, like it doesn't have to progress. There's no trajectory. It's just an instant, speed of light kind of thing. And if it hits you, it kills you. And like they were determining game state stuff in a for loop. Call it hit scan. Okay. But so like they were determining if okay, everybody knows what this is called. All right, sure. But like they said they were iterating the players and like the borrow checker wouldn't let them kill the other player or something. So like they had to like check the rest of the world and then do a separate loop to check if anybody got hit by the laser. And it's just like, well, yeah, because if you check if the player is dead to see if their bullets disappear or whatever, which shouldn't be the case regardless, like, or no, that's what it was. Like the player had to get removed from the game state because they were dead or something, which just sounds stupid too. Because like the player should still exist spiritually or something, right? They're just dead, but like they still like they're connected to the game and whatever. But it's just like it's just like the borrow checker didn't force you to write better code. It just didn't like your shit code. You love when Call of Duty screws up makes the gun hit scan? Huh. Okay, well apparently that's pretty common. Because I've never heard of it before, but when two people are both like, oh yeah, it's just called hit scan. And yeah. But yeah, it's just I don't know, it was dumb. Just like if the borrow checker is forcing you to write better code, maybe you just aren't great at writing good code. Right? Alright, we were build Ninja Turtles. Also, Daniel Stenberg has a blog post out today about writing safer C code. And it's pretty good. I agree with most of it. Weren't we seeing 133 test recently? Oh, I might have been building lib spelling or something. Maybe that's why it was so many. Okay, anyways. Did I? Move the connection state implementation to purple.account. This removes the connection state property and we'll just say implementation from purple.connection to purple.account. What number is this? Yeah. Okay. 3964. Yeah, he's the curl guy. Curl guy. Basically, games like Call of Duty take into account bullet drop and bullet flight time determine if you're gonna got hit. Hit scan is instant hit where the crosshairs are. Hit scan is either way old school way, bad coding, or super boosted weapons. Yeah, no. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Thank you for explaining. Saw a video on it earlier today. Yeah, so I saw him post about the video. I started watching the video, and like the guy said a bunch of stupid stuff that didn't make sense, and I got annoyed and I turned it off. Like I get super annoyed by this stuff when it's like when people are teaching in a teaching situation, and when they start giving misinformation, I don't argue with it anymore. I just peace out, right? Because it's just like you got to do better, man. Or person, whatever, right? Like you get a bunch of new people into this stuff, and they're just full of misinformation, and this is how we get vibe coding, right? And it's just like it just sucks. All right, I kind of want to get rid of these, but we'll see. Just remember, people, there's a reason this old saying exists. Those that can do, those that can't teach. Yeah. That said, teaching is a skill in and of itself, right? I agree with that sentiment, but I think that sentiment kind of like what's the right word? I think it puts down. I think I feel like that statement puts down teachers, but like teaching is an entirely different thing, right? And it's an entirely different skill that I have tried to hone over the years, and guess what? I fucking suck at it. I used to be really good at like breaking things down for people and like figuring out how to explain it to them, and that's one of the reasons why I considered going into teaching multiple times. But then I just fucking lost my patience. So, like, the amount of patience that's required of teachers is astronomical. I honestly don't know how they do it sometimes. Shouldn't be interpreted to include actual professional. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Like, I respect the hell out of teachers, even people that are trying to teach, right? But it's just like, yeah. Like someone's gonna find out the hard way about some of the stuff sometimes, and it's just like, yep, okay. All right, I think we're good. I think we're good with this. We need to look at the account manager though to see how this thing's doing, because it looks like it's fucked up. Oh God. Okay. Yep. This isn't a huge deal. This is just an old way. Icon, protocol name. Oh, this got done a long time ago. It's kind of gross. Kind of gross. GTK label stat. Oh my goodness. All right. I don't know that I really don't want to fix this right now. Oh, we need to go here. Uh, 3964. Then created to finish this. Yes, let's get this done. All right. What else do we got here? Let's go back to 2. Okay. Implement auto connect. Should send individual message. A timestamp preference to the appearance preference page. If thing. It is 11:30. Create a preference for how to display message and notifications. We need to create a preference to hide the numbers and message notifications. Oh, yeah. That's going to go on the appearance page. Start, yep. Topic changes not displayed as events. We can maybe do this. Oh, yeah. Just noticed the application marked busy. It'll be nice for us to use this. Okay. I forgot what this actually does. Properties is busy. Whether the application is currently marked as busy through G application marked busy or that. Oh, SWK, did I talk to you about I'm slowly starting to work on the call API. And I'm gonna ping you to overlook it to look over it when I think it's okay. But it's gonna be purple specific, so we'll see. Use function to indicate that the application is busy. Well, you'll get design review, not code review, right? So you're not. I mean, if you want to code review the SIP stuff, by all means, sure. But before we can build the SIP stuff, because of libpurple being the abstraction layer, we have to build those abstractions before we can build an implementation, right? So right now the rough idea is there will be a call manager, and there will be calls. Calls will have call participants, and that kind of stuff. That's the rough idea right now. And the call manager will also have a list of active calls. And then calls will, be able to be put on hold and shit like that. So, yeah, right. I'm not asking you to review the code. I'm asking you to review the design, right? And the idea is to make sure that I'm not missing anything to be implemented. That's the thing. Right. So like I was talking to Recadaro about the reconnect stuff, and he was like, yeah, you might want to have a way so that protocols can override the reconnection stuff. He's like, because I've seen in the past with Slacks of people like failing too quickly to log in, their account gets banned for their instance, and then somebody has to unban them. And I'm like, oh, well, I've never seen that before, but okay, cool, right? Like, these are the things I need to know as I'm designing the API. And like that's something we can add later for sure, but like it definitely helps to have it up front, so you're not kind of pasting it in later. Like incremental design is great, but it's not always clean, right? So trying to get as much in, at least thought out ahead of time. Like, you don't have to implement everything immediately. But as long as something's there to get an idea, to get started, and, you know, you don't code yourself into a corner. So, busy state will be exposed to other processes, so a session shell will use that information to indicate the state to the user, e.g. with a spinner. To cancel the busy indication, use unmarked busy. Application must be registered before calling this function. So we could build this in right away. This shouldn't be too bad. We're going to be on the same branch. Yep. Actually, no, we'll wait on this. What do we say here? Just notice, mark busy. It would be good for us to use this when we're connecting accounts and while file transfers are active, when those are testable. The account manager already knows when accounts are connecting, so it should be rather straightforward. The day when the MTR says your worst RTTs are 3333. Yikes. That's 3.3 seconds, right? Although I can't remember what MTR stands for, but RTT is round trip time, right? MTR. Oh, MTR is a tool, right? Yeah. We used to use that a bit, or some of the people at Core Visa used to use it. It only has 5 cars for RTT times in the display. Gotcha. So, do we know when this is actually connecting? God, fuck you, Sublime Text. It's supposed to be 4, not 2. It's truncating the decimal. Nice. So we connect to the connected, disconnected. We do notify enabled separately. For all accounts of the manager to automatically connect or disconnect them. Huh. My piece of hops cropped for obvious reasons. Yep. Yeesh. 7556. Oh, 68. 7568 is the worst. Yikes. Standard deviation over 1,000? Yeah. um. This is dumb. Wait. the bind busy property, I don't think that would actually work for us. Well, property on object is true. What happens if you do this multiple times? I assume that doesn't work. Going on 6 hours? Yikes. So one of the other Pidgin devs, he had a fiber cut that was like, I was telling you about it. It was like 3 days for them to get it fixed. And just like, what do you do, right? So, isn't exactly as straightforward as I hoped. Problem is, keeping track of state changes. For example, an account that goes from offline to connecting to disconnected should increment the busy count when connected, but then decrement when disconnected. However, we don't currently have a way to detect that change. The best we can do at the moment is look at disconnect. But then we can't decrement because the account could have gone disabled. It should be disabled, not offline. Or we'll say enabled. Enabled, connecting, connected, busy wait removed, disconnected, and removing the wait at disconnect would be wrong as it was removed during connection. Ugh. I hate doing this, but what we're gonna have to do here is make this possible. We need to add a connection state changed signal to purple dot account, which will tell us the old and new states. I'll say new and old states. We're gonna create a new issue for that as we're doing this, though. New issue. And purple dot account. Colon, connection state change signal. It's useful to know the new and old connection. Useful to know when a connection state changes. Or it's useful to have both the new and old connection states when they change, or when it changes. for a number of reasons. Right now, this is to help implement. This is necessary to implement Pidgin. I don't even know the number. 17879. But could have other uses as well. Yeah. This is small. I'm not sure we're going to change it or test this. I don't know that we can test this right now. We'll see. Sure, this is probably CPW. This is a feature, I guess. Purple. Alright. I've entered to implement that. Implement this. Depends on blink. Nope. Shit, I got the wrong thing. This new interface is annoying with this. 18 or 180, 87. Okay. Because we can go knock that out real fast, and that'll be easy. But I don't know how we're going to test it as a problem. But we still have to be on this branch, which is fine. Let's put it here. Sig connection state changed. Yeah, the signal IDs don't matter. This just, it feels like, okay, here's it changed, then here's connected and disconnected. Right, so what we're gonna do is connection state. We're gonna say purple connection state. Old equals connection state. We're just gonna grab it right away. It's fine. That's probably fine. We'll put it at the end. Oh, no. Yeah. G signal emit account signals sig connection state changed 0, comma connection state. No. Yeah. No. This is wrong. Do we have an unknown? Connection and on each. We do not have an unknown. That's stupid. Alright, well, whatever. Default to disconnected. And then before we do this, we say old equals. Well, actually, we can just put it here. There we go. Then we don't have to worry about default. So it's whatever the hell the old one was, right? Because then we reassign it here to whatever the new one is. So then we say count connection state, comma old, and boom, there's our signal. We have to implement the rest of it, but that's it, right? That's it in a nutshell. How does one get in a nutshell? connection state changed. New state. The instance, the new connection state. Old state. The old connection state. Has changed. Yeah, that's all we need. Connection state changed. Run last. No return type. To the purple type connection state. Purple type connection state. All right, boom, we have a signal. And we're emitting it. Apparently, we have no test for accounts. I mean, we do, but nothing that's actually going to deal with the connection or anything. I do this. Mason test minus V Pidgin 3-star. Did that actually work? Oh, it looks weird because I did verbose. I said verbose. Oh, sweet, that does work. Cool. So you can specify a test path. So this way we're just testing the Pidgin stuff rather than fucking everything all the time. So, you know, a little bit faster. So apparently we only have 63 test suites in Pidgin 3 right now, but that's still way better than we used to. All right. I guess like I could put a warning in there or something, but I think that's probably fine. Account connection state change signal. Add purple dot account. Connection state changed. Signal. We still want to run the turtles to make sure the docs get checked. Which is ideal. Open pull request. I gotta get my foot pedal working again. It's too hard trying to Counter-Strike click the fucking mute icon when I'm about to sneeze. You're like, oh, right. I need the, okay. 365. Called in the turtles as we don't have any connection related tests or accounts. We didn't have any weird output or anything when we ran, right? Oh yeah, we would have gotten it here too when the account disconnected. Okay. I gotta figure out what that bug is. Yeah, no weird output. Okay. Cool. Publish. r/3965, and then open for this. All right. Logic responded to this guy. This be handled by a hash table or maybe bit set and connecting state. Add to hash any other state removing ignore not found. No more busy with hash tables not empty. Was thinking maybe bit set. What is it? Box RC something RC. Maybe not RC box. I was thinking we could just use an atomic as a counter in the manager's instance data. But maybe a list store of the accounts would give us an extra level of protection. From because what could happen is that when they so the account manager would connect to the state change signal, which we're gonna have to propagate that too. But it's fine. But then it could just move accounts between a list store, right? So if it's connecting, or if it goes, or whatever, the state goes from disconnected to connecting, then it goes in the list. If it goes from connecting to connected or disconnected, then it gets removed from the list. Right? And then it's easy peasy to keep track of that way. And we shouldn't miss anything, but where were we in tickets? No, we're not actually in the list that I want to be in. Experimental 3. I'm not sure this thing's gonna stay here. This might go away. I don't know. The networks thing is an interesting thing, but it doesn't actually help us move anywhere right now. Oh, I did want to do this. So before the data center so really interrupted you, a few years ago when you live, AT&T was setting new light poles and drilled through their carrier to carrier an enterprise fiber bundle. Oh no. Took out all the cell towers in 3 counties. You had to drive a county north just to get service. You could open a ticket on the enterprise fiber you had at home. Yikes. That's, wow. That's, yeah. Oh, the purple tag stuff. We still need to create conversation dialogue. That depends on the other stuff. I really want to kill purple markup linkify, but I haven't figured out how we're going to do it yet. We waited on this for some reason. Some clients show the count of online and offline contacts above the members list and conversations. There's mentioned all members in that, but it would be difficult to watch statuses on conversation members and update some counters. They could be kept in read-only UINT properties named online count, offline count. It might be wise to put locks on the counters, but that might be overkill. Once counters are there, the user interface could then use an items property, which would be all or instead. So this becomes problematic because when we know when a presence changed, we don't know what it changed from. This is meant to keep track, or this means trying to keep track of this without querying the presence of every conversation member is impossible. I'm going to punt on this for now, but here's a patch of the work I've done so far. Great. So, similarly to what we just did, the fix for this would be, like, we punted on that at the end of, we're trying to get experimental 1 out the door, right? Oh, no, that was after that. Huh. Alright, I don't know. Oh. Like, what the hell was that? CypherCon had a bunch of, like, solve the puzzle things, and that was one of the puzzles. It resulted to that URL. It was a real simple substitution cipher. But it was obvious because, whatever, it was like ASCII -5 for each thing, and then mod 26 or whatever. Like, it was obvious because it was like, whatever, letter, different letter, colon, // and you're like, oh, HTTPS. Let me just figure out the rest from here, sure. It's like, you guys didn't make this one real hard. The point of the hash table acting as a set would be that we wouldn't need the new signal. We'll cover out the previous state that way. Like that. Oh, right. The item would be removed from the hash table, or the account hash table when it's connected. So on disconnect, it wouldn't be found and thus not a problem. Well, both ways work. Okay. Oh, yeah, so I was going to come here. We're going to look at presence. So for presence, we could do similarly to what we were just talking about there. So presence has a primitive, and we could add a signal for primitive changed with old and new. Because as you see, there are no signals here. Let's see why we shouldn't. That doesn't. August G object. Signal sig primitive changed no detail. Right? Nothing to it. Sig, primitive changed, and signals. Static GUint signals, and signals equals 0. We want to copy from the other one, or from anything. I do not want to type this block. At least not attempt to type it from memory, because I'm going to mess it up, that's for sure. New primitive, old primitive, old primitive. This is emitted when presence primitive has changed. Sure. Primitive changed. I wouldn't. I already read this on Discord. I wouldn't expect server to do it, but it's not impossible. We should probably account for it. Primitive changed to purple type. Presence primitive. Okay. Now we have a signal. Now we emitted it. We have to write unit test for this though. I didn't run turtles. Also, we really need to get avatars figured out. That's on the short list. Like, we went through all this stuff to put everything to GTK Pix buff, but it looks like they're kind of killing GTK Pix buff. But we're probably just gonna move to G bytes. But we'll see. All right. Test presence. Let's see. G-test add func presence. Primitive change signal. That's fine if those ended up exactly the same length. Oh, okay, maybe not. It's off by one. Oh, hold present. Oh, this is primitive changed. Slightly different than what I was typing. So our counter equals data, so our counter equals our counter plus 1. Okay. Counter equals 0. We're making the counter because if our signal doesn't actually get called, then the asserts don't get called either. So we use the counter to make sure that the asserts actually worked. Or whatever, the signal actually got emitted. So presence, purple presence new. This doesn't take any parameters, right? Yeah, I think so. G signal connect, presence, primitive changed. G callback, ampersand counter. Okay. G assert compare uint. No, we didn't update burb yet. No, we didn't. We don't have something for this, but yeah, okay. Counter equals 1. Purple presence. Set primitive by default. I don't know what this is by default. Okay, so offline. It should be offline. We're gonna set it to do not disturb. Oop. We should fix that enum, but okay. Presence, blink. Right, so then up here we're gonna say G assert compare uint new primitive comma equals comma blah. G assert compare uint old primitive equals this might fit. Was it offline? Yeah. Oh, actually, let's make it streaming. Because we're streaming. Yay! And then it fits on one line. This one fit too? Nope. Worth a shot. Okay, right. And then we also want to G assert true. Yeah, it's fine. So, like, one of the things Daniel Stenberg had in his blog post was that variable names should not be too long because they get hard to read. I don't know. This is perfectly fucking reasonable for me to read. And these are public API, so they need to be long. Because they need to be namespaced. So. Right. The problem is namespace, type, value. Right? That's the problem. Alright, so that should do it. What do you mean by plain English var names? But something tells me you're trolling right now. Code should not be reached. Yay. PPPDND. Oh, yeah. Purple presence primitive, do not disturb. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, exactly, right? So yeah, these are really long, but you have like they tell you exactly what they are. And that's the intent. Oh, we need to G assert finalize object presence. Yeah, yeah. But like, you know, the local variable names, right? New primitive, old primitive, that's fine. Well, I'm not going to say new purple presence primitive for the name because that's stupid, right? But you know, these are constants values, so they're weird, but whatever. Ugh. Purple dot presence primitive changed signal. This is useful or whatever. I'm not gonna. We shouldn't have to justify all this all the time. Okay. We didn't need around turtles though. The function's name like switch event add header string. I think it adds a footer, right? That sounds right. I think it adds a footer to the message. Oh, maybe a onesie. Maybe it's a onesie. Do. Or switch event fire. Yep. I did create a yeah. RBT post bugs closed. This I don't like this is bugs closed. I wish it was just like ticket, right? Because like I'm referencing a ticket. Like you don't close every ticket with, or not every ticket gets closed with a single commit kind of thing, right? Testing done. Ran the test under Valgrind and called in the turtles for the rest. Oh, slash r slash 3966 has been entered to tell us when the state changes have occurred and provide the old and new primitives. Presence primitives. Cool. So we can go and add this in later. Yay! Although, we changed the way this works, but I'm not sure how we're going to want to handle it. That's okay. Because right now it shows in a search box. It says, you know, %D members or %U members. But it's there. All right, back to the IRC JokerCon. See server messages. V3 message handlers. We're handling the messages. I just missed an ad. I gotta take a quick break. I gotta get water and I gotta pee. So I will be right back. Alright, sorry, I grabbed a snack too. Alright. I also just do it in both places, right? Boop, boop, boop. Hi. Alright. That's all you're getting for the rest of the night, mister. Because you've been getting too many. That's it. No more tonight. He normally gets one more at like 1 or 2 in the morning. And it's 20 after 12. So, that's gonna be it. Oh, this one doesn't need to be done. Oh, I suppose. There's no sense in looking up the conversation if we already have it, right? The problem is I don't know how to make the server send us one. Yeah. Not Pidgin 2. Fuck off. You gonna leave immediately, mister? Fine, bye. Just come here to get treats and then leave. So rude. Alright, looks fine. Was not this pull request. Where's your snacks? Why are you asking me? I'm thousands of miles away from you. Like, you think you're gonna get any decent snacks from me? Sorry. I wasn't handing out any snacks. Nobody saw the snacks. You saw me chewing. Maybe. But like, so number one, I tend not to eat on. I try to not eat on stream at all, even snacks or candy or anything. Because number one, you get weird mouth noises, stuff like that. But number two, there might be somebody who's fasting or something. Maybe for its religious reasons. Maybe it's for other reasons. Maybe there's somebody that has, you know, candy addiction or something. Right? Just don't want to introduce any of that. Right? Oh, giving the cat snacks. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But like, that's yeah. You want greenies? I mean, I guess I could order some on Amazon and have them delivered to you. But like, yeah. But I got confused because it said I had a snack, but I was giving him treats. Which is a subtle difference, but it's a difference nonetheless. Whatever. Oh my god. I didn't feel it until I got up. And I am just exhausted. I am ready for bed right now. Just like stupidly tired. I'm a hacker. So that doesn't mean I go to bed. It means I keep working until I can't move anymore. Architecture documentation, add contact dialogue, verbal history redux. Wow. This is definitely a whip. Uh-huh. Oh man, I don't remember what any of this is supposed to be. And the authentication API. Yep. That's a thingamajig. Alright, go back to here. Create an initial preference G schema. So I've started this, but let's see if we can get through the rest of this tonight. So I'm going back and forth on whether or not we should have one schema for all the preferences or one per section. And I think one schema for all the preferences makes sense. Like we shouldn't have to go out of the way to do the rest. Plus you put different schemas with different paths in here, so I think it's okay. So we had to show incoming formatting. I did not create a branch for this, right? I don't think I did. I accidentally did that with whatever. Oh yeah, so the media.md. Morning, Ivanhoe. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. So right now, the rough idea of a purple call. This is as far as we got, or as I got, right? All right, it's a G object. It's tied to an account. It has a list of participants. Participants have a contact info, whether or not the server made them deaf, whether or not they made themselves deaf, whether or not the server muted them, whether or not they muted themselves, whether or not they are streaming, meaning they are actually. I guess this could be presenting, but we'll leave it as streaming. Whether or not they have video, although I guess we should also have a G-Boolean audio. This should probably be audio muted and video muted. I think that's more self-explanatory. And then a time for them raising their hand. Yeah, the busy week's over. So I went from being completely mentally drained to being completely and utterly physically demolished. I got a little bit done yesterday, but mostly just recharged yesterday. But even Saturday, I went back to the video game conference, which is at the same expo center, whatever you want to call it. It just, yeah, it's crazy. So, SWK, you still floating around? So can you think of any other properties I would want to keep track of a user in a call? Contact info is their username, email address, avatar, all that shit. So like this would be like SIP URI, maybe a custom avatar or whatever. Now, I'm not worried about like the actual video streams yet. Because that gets complicated. But this seems like a good start for this. For the call or for the person? I mean, maybe both, right? I thought we have this somewhere, but I don't think we call it not safe for work. Some kind of permissions level. Oh, yeah. So typically calls only have a single host, right? Although, like, a party line could maybe have multiples, right? You can co-host? Okay. So having a host on the call member, okay, that's fine. Otherwise, I was going to say we put it in the call. Okay. And yeah, no, I definitely, like, a not safe for work thing could be like, or maybe not, instead of not safe for work, let's make this moderated. Right? So, like, that would say they can't talk, right? They'd be server deaf or whatever. You know, we would ignore their stuff until their hand was raised or whatever. They're allowed to talk, right? Maybe. How's it going, Nedbog? Welcome. Thank you for the on-screen celebration. Yeah, I think moderated makes sense. Moderated. Oh, wait, no, we wouldn't need this on the user then. But if the call is moderate, okay, so moderated call could mean that participants need to raise their hand to be heard by others. Moderator is good though. Could say a moderated person can't toggle their own server mute. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm not so worried about like the audio or the streams. The weird part is gonna be when we have. I'm not sure how we're gonna determine it yet, but there's gonna be the peer-to-peer calls, and then there's gonna be the server muxed calls. I don't know what else to call them, unless you have a better name for it, SWK, right? Where like I send I send my feeds to the server, and the server, or where I send my audio and video feed to the server, and the server farms back to me a muxed audio feed and a muxed. Actually, no. Well, yeah. Where it sends back to me a muxed audio feed and a muxed video feed. But then there could be something where the server doesn't do any muxing and the users have to send their streams to each other. MCU is server mux? What does the MCU mean? You have a troll flag that does funny stuff to the audio caller flag. We'll get to that stuff later. Right. But like this is just how do we get started to actually build this thing? Like we can add all sorts of fun Easter egg shit later. The clown flag that just spins your video feed around, right? Or, you know, a random between 5 and 10 seconds, it rotates you randomly 90, 180, or 270 degrees, right? Multi-point control unit, selective forwarding unit. CU, multi-point control unit. Server muxed SCU or SFU. Selective forwarding unit. P2P. Conferencing server is a server. Video and auto conferencing by mixing and distributing streams from multiple parts. Okay, yeah. From multiple participants, allowing them to communicate in a single unified conference. SFU is like how Discord does conferencing? What do you mean? A Discord call feels like an MCU. Also, in MCUs, can you modify everyone's volume? Everyone sends stream to server. Server sends individual streams to the clients as needed, and the client is responsible for mixing the audio, composing or compositing. Okay. Yeah, that's. I didn't know the proper term for it. I knew these were things, but I didn't know proper terminology. I don't want to say proper terminology, but common terminology, right? There's. I think it's WebRTC. That's typically just SFU, right? WebRTC has dick all to do with SFU or RTU. It's just okay, gotcha. I don't know what I was thinking of then. Oh, but you know what? Now that you mention this, we've had Discord. I've had Discord calls where people had to like disconnect and reconnect because shit was all fucked up with them. Okay, but we definitely do want to have a volume override. Including boost. Or what's it? 0 to 100. But should be boostable. SFU is free switch is an example of MCU. Discord and Jitsi are examples of MCU. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh. Likewise, we would still need the moderated flag down. Well, I guess we wouldn't need it. When someone raises their hand, you would on server mute them. And then when they're done, okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. If you're going to use an external MCU, you don't need all those flags. We need all the flags because some protocols will use it, some protocols won't. Right? Again, we've got to do lowest common denominator here. So if we're going to add Discord support, we need them all, regardless of if we're calling free switch or not, right? So the SIP protocol plugin, it maybe passes this on or not. There might be additional flags on whether or not these can be set or not even. But this is just, okay, where do we start, right? And worst case, you call a property that you can't set, and eventually we'll add a Boolean to say whether or not you can set it, and we'll go from there. Right, but so, you know, there'd be GST or GST element. I don't want to get too far in this, right? But so GST element, audio, GST element star video, GST element star application. So application here, this would be screen share. I don't know what else would we have here. Presentation. I'm trying to think of other options that stuff would have in a call. whatever. We'll say screen share other question mark. Go. For MCU calls, these used in SFU calls. Used for MCU calls. GST element audio, GST element star video. Oh, fuck. So some things allow, I don't want to say allow more than one person to stream, but allow more than one person to stream. Oh, but no, that has to be SFU then, right? So like in Discord, you can be in a call where multiple people are streaming, but that's SFU. So you wouldn't have that part here. What did I say? Stream, screen share, crowd view, etc. Or even MCU things. Oh, but that doesn't matter. Right? Because, well, so how does that work with MCU then, right? Like, do you not have a separate video, separate feed for that, or does that just come through the video, and then just come through muxed in the video and the audio? Yeah, no, I understand that, but so like, so in GStreamer terms, right? This is an audio feed, this is a video feed, right? So it's another video stream. So you're saying in an MCU call, every participant could have their own application call or their own application stream, which in that case, we wouldn't have this one here as another call. Okay. Oh, and then you bridge them or something? Okay. Fuck, are we going to have to worry about bridging? Not that bridging's necessarily difficult, but... Oh, fuck. I was trying to snooze the ads as we're talking about this, but you're subs, so it don't matter. But in that case, well, in that case, the SIP protocol plugin will have a participant for leg A and leg B. And then I'll have to bridge their audio together and mux mine into there somehow. Okay, I'm not super worried about that. Yeah. Not too worried about audio. It's the video that's the fucking resource heavy one. Like, audio's not great, but... Or it's not nothing, but it's nothing compared to video. It's basically frame A plus frame B, send it to listener. Yeah. Oh, we should probably G date time star started. G date time star ended. Let's go for scheduled start, scheduled end. Gonna decide it to... Huh? Just... Oh, wait, what the hell is Slin? Start time, answer time, end time. Define media progress. Oh, that's in case I get no, not necessarily disconnected. But like drop frames and stuff. Sign linear is... Oh, okay, gotcha. So scheduled start, scheduled end is probably overkill right now. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that right now. That's something we can put in later, right? That's really a Microsoft Teams thing. Because like you can join I think with meetups too, or with Google Meet, you can join a call before it's supposed to start, and then it like shows you the scheduled start time and blah blah blah. But yeah, so G date time star started, G date time star ended. What is the G time? Is that the right thing? So G date time add returns a G date time. Oh, but it takes a time span. Oh, I suppose we have the duration automatically from the start time. In terms of your cell phone, start time is you hit send. Media progress is media started, and you are getting ringing indication for... Oh, right. Okay, that's right. We had some fancy term for this. For that delay between the time you hit send and the time that the media starts. I don't remember what it's called. What did you say? Maybe it was media progress time. Or no, it was like time to first media or time to media or something. Post-dial delay, that's what it was. I'm like... Alright, I don't know that we necessarily need that into purple, but yeah. Yeah, no, I understand. But does it make sense to have that here? Start time is you hit send. Media progress. I guess G date time star media. Okay, so like media progress, this is like SDP, right? I think it's SDP. Negotiated and connecting. Right? Does that sound right? Okay, yep. So you're getting ring notification from the far end. Answer time is when the... Alright, so we do want answer... Well, how do you handle answer time in a conference? Would that be on the participants? Okay. Answer time, due date time, end time, I guess. And I suppose if somebody leaves a conference and comes back, they just show up as a new participant, right? We're billing conference time. We bill aggregate time for all participants. Okay. Yeah, and you would need the answer time and the end time for them. Do you call it end time or do you call it hang up time? So what I'm asking because I want the actual like common terms, because one of the things we get into trouble with, or we've gotten into trouble with in the past, is we use our own names for shit, and then people don't know what the fuck it is. Start time, stop time, or start time, end time. All right, so let's do start and end time. Okay, that's fine. For a participant, though, wouldn't it? Uh, Everything we're looking at right here is outbound. Like, technically speaking, the purple member, the purple user, will have a call member as well, but they would be the inbound in this list, or they would be the yeah. Although the inbound outbound terminology gets goofy when it's a one-on-one call, but so outbound has a start that happens before the end. Ah, okay. All right. So yeah. Um when outbound this or say when inbound this will be the same as answer time. Does that make sense? Did I got that right? When inbound, the same as answer time. For outbound, this is when the call started, but before the other side answered. Yeah, so that'll work for one-on-one calls. The overall call, like the started time is gonna match. That's fine. Then we still have media progress if we need it, and then ended is just the global whatever. But then people come in, drop off, whatever, blah blah blah. Yeah. So start time and answer time could be the same unless you have an artificial delay and then say allow the SIP SOA to fully process. Media start allowed NAC compensate. Okay, yeah. We're nowhere near any of that, but yeah. So like the funny part is I've tried to look at what we did for Pidgin 2, and like I don't know that any of this was taken care of. There's media there. I don't think there's a call. Oh, it's like media session or something. Or maybe I didn't look in the right spot. Maybe I didn't look in the right spot. Now we got candidate, type, backend interface. I like. And like I don't even know what the data structure is for this thing. Sessions are managed by an ID. Okay, maybe media was the type. So media session has a session type. Who initiated? Oh, I don't know what the initiator is. And then there's separate streams. And the candidates were like codecs, I think. To be clear, I didn't write any of this, and I never really learned or understood any of the API here. Oh shit. G-Boolean speaking. This may be generated from the audio stream, but will be used to highlight when someone is actively speaking. Anything else we can think of here? So, like, the way this is going to happen is, right, we're going to go through, we're going to build purple call member first. We've got to build all the properties, test all of it, make sure everything's working, blah, 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 right? That's why, like, I'm not so much worried about this stuff, but we can put it in here. It'll probably change. We'll see. I probably won't put it in the first iteration because we can't test it, right? I suppose I could wire up some test video streams and test audio streams and then make sure that they're actually there, whatever, blah, 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 but who cares? Then once all that's done, then we can go and start doing this stuff. And then go from there. So, yeah. If you have the audio frame in Slin, you can do a simple, if frames greater than noise floor value speaking equals true. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the idea, right? So, like, I think Discord tells you when somebody's talking, but SIP doesn't, right? But we can generate, that's the whole point of that property is just so we have something the UI can grab onto and then toggle and then automatically do it. Background noise suppress where if frames bigger than squelch. We wouldn't do a per user noise suppression, would we? That seems like something we shouldn't even try to do. You might. Are those typical floats? I assume they're floats. I don't know how much of this is integer based and how much is floating point based. Well, I mean, you're the SIP expert here. So is it something that would be useful for people? Okay, so Slin is int based. Okay. Noise suppression. If I do, I don't remember the acronym. Oh, voice activity detection. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, you have a slider for people, for volume. I didn't realize there's a noise suppression in there. I haven't looked at it in a while. I haven't been in a Discord call in a minute. But is it just volume or is there also noise suppression? Oh, let's make... yeah, I was going to say, let's make this volume boost, but that wouldn't make sense. Oh, squelch? Okay, we can call it squelch. Like I said, again, whatever the common / more proper term is, please Correct me. Let's get it right. Right? Because, like, the problem we end up having is people that actually know their shit here, like you, will come into our code base and be like, what the fuck is going on? Because, like, I am not an expert in VoIP, right? So, like, or even audio or video streaming, right? So, like, I'm not going to know the right terms. All right, so squelch is a specialized type of noise gate designed to suppress weak signals. Okay. Input sense. Oh, those are the. So, wait. Are you saying I should have separate properties for those? Or is squelch the input sensitivity? Squelch. Okay, so should this be input sensitivity? Or is the voice activity a separate one? Okay, okay. So we'll make this say input sensitivity. And this would be an integer. What did you say VAD was? Voice activity detection. So the thing is, I'm sure all of this already exists for GStreamer, but like I don't know, like I didn't know what to put in here. I didn't know what to look for, kind of thing, right? And I'm sure GStreamer has all sorts of different ways to do this for us. Right? But yeah, getting this dump here is definitely helping. So yeah, okay. So yeah, I've got that input sensitivity per talker. Yep. For VAD. Oh, now I got the definition up here. Yeah. But yeah, so the idea, and I've got to talk to Nerbeek. I think that's his name. Nerbeek, I think is his name. He's a GStreamer developer, and he's offered to help with this as well. But like, I want to get something started, and then the idea was run it past you, run it past him, run it past some other people, and then use that to get there. So, because the level that works for your loudmouth and high gain mic might not work for your cheap ass mic. I mean, being quiet, example, trolling at the same time. Yeah. Now, there's plenty of people. I've been on Discord calls. It's like, dude, turn up your mic. I can't go any higher. Right? And then they're like, oh, I'm maxed out. You're like, fine, fuck it. And you turn everybody else down and then turn your volume up. And it's just like, so like, yeah, I want to put additional boost into Pidgin for that so that I don't have to deal with that shit. There's the one that you are always turning down to. Yeah. Tell me you've handled a lot of audio calls without telling me you've handled or been in a lot of audio calls. So the other idea of using the GST elements directly is like the protocol will build this in and plop this in, right? And then if we need to mux or whatever, we can do that in the UI. The inputs coming in for the Pidgin user will all be pulled in, whatever, blah, blah, blah. This is why we want to do the elements, because you could just pipe the GST elements together. Right. So like if we're in an MCU here, we just pull these guys. Otherwise, Pidgin will, or well, libpurple could say, if the protocol didn't set this on the call, so it's not an MCU, then we can generate a compositing thing, blah, blah, blah. But maybe we'll leave that up to the UI so the UI can decide how it's going to get laid out and shit. There's a million ways to do this. If you had a nickel for every hour you've been on a call, you'd be a very rich person. Yeah. And then there's always that person that's like, driving down the freeway with their windows open. It's like, what? Like, why are you even on this call right now? That's you? Communication is fun. All right, is there anything else we're forgetting about here? Noise canceling mics, nice, nice, nice. What's the really effed up thing? Might be more sense to do that. What, you have HD voice and people are complaining it's too noisy? Okay. Oh, they're saying it's too noisy because they can hear better, because the audio quality is better, right? You realize it's not too noisy, so they can now more clearly hear all the sounds in the background. Yeah, because they're muddied up by AK sampling, like G7 or like Moolah. Yeah. For those that don't know, G711 or Moolah, I believe it's Moolah. SWK will correct me if I'm wrong. That's roughly equivalent to what an old landline sounds like quality wise. But then there's, what is it? Is it G70 or G712? Is I forget what it's called. That's 16-bit, so it's much better. But yeah, or Alpha Law, depending on where you are. Okay, I've only known it as Moolah. So 722, 16K wideband. Okay, it's been a while. I got it half right. But yeah. And Opus is ultra wideband up to 48K. Jesus. What about FLAC? Are there people actually like? I feel like there's some asshole out there that is doing FLAC SIP calls. Yeah, Opus does VBR. Yeah, FLAC is kind of dead. Okay, why do you say that? Apparently, I missed the memo. Just like watching shows recorded on film bought to 4K shows all those shortcuts that no one would see on interlaced 4x3 TV 60 years ago. Yeah. Oh, it's dead for SIP calls. Okay. Okay. What kind of shortcuts are you talking about? Shit, I just had a thought here and I forgot what it was. Got recording. Oh, the tailoring on costumes for standard FTV back 50 years ago. Or, oh, okay, that kind of stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Stuff was banged out fast for a while, I'm sure. A colorized black and white because they'd use any color that looks good. Oh boy. That sounds problematic. So do we want some level of quality here. So, like, ideally, the DSP, right? It is DSP. I said that right before. No, SDP. I don't know why I always want to call it DSP. So, SDP, can you renegotiate that during a call? It seems like you should be able to. Yeah? Okay. So, what happens to the timestamps when you do that? Or does it, or do you just not care because the call was there? And like, if we're going to allow people to change quality settings on the fly, we would have to track that somehow. Well, I mean, if I do care if we're connected and you're dropping frames like mad, right? And then I would want to renegotiate to a lower bandwidth or something. Or my machine can't keep up, right? So then I want to lower you from 1080p to 320. My internet sucks connection, right? I guess 160p is the real my internet sucks, but so one of the things I should be clear about too, if it's not clear already, is the libpurple call stuff has to be ridiculously flexible. Because aside from having SIP calls, I want you all to be able to watch Twitch from libpurple, right? I want to be able to stream to Twitch from libpurple. That's a much later thing, but yeah, right? I want to be able to stream to YouTube and Twitch and blah, blah, blah from here. Maybe not that much, but we'll see, right? But ideally, that's the idea, right? You should be able to join a conference call on Zoom. You should be able to watch YouTube. You should be able to do all these things from here, from this media API. And that's where things get complicated. That doesn't necessarily mean you're renegotiating the SDP. Most SDP stuff, you aren't doing an SDP renegotiation to switch bit rates or say 1080p down to 720p. That's just thing in your codec. Okay. So would that be like a quality profile or something? And then you would just have some subset of quality profiles to change to? So let me most codecs have would in-band make sense? Ability to switch quality on the fly, or to change on the fly. Or not most, but we'll say some. But like G711 is not going to do that. But if you're G711 and you can't handle that, then you're on telegraphs? I don't know. Yeah, okay. So there's no configurability. All right. So I think we can probably ignore quality profiles for the moment. To add a list of quality profiles. Allow the user to change the quality on the fly. Now Opus has its own mechanism for handling that on its own, including VBR mode. Okay. Yeah, I know enough about VBR and CBR from, yeah. Like Opus can have, well, what is FEC? Oh, forward error correction. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think we're talking about error correction. We're probably way further out than we need to think right now. But yeah. But so like one of the first things I tried to do in open source back in 2001 or 2002, which is literally a lifetime ago now. I was working at a movie theater. And I was in projection some days. And I learned how DTS cinema works. That on the film, on the physical film, there's a time code that you would place a reader on the projector for that would read the time code, and then that would go to a processor that would read the audio off of a data CD that had 6.1 channel audio encoded on it, and I was trying to reverse engineer that. But the problem was I didn't know dick about how digital audio was encoded, so I didn't get fucking anywhere. But like I reverse engineered the header and stuff, but I didn't know how to do anything with the audio samples, so I never actually got anywhere with it. You can drop packets and never even notice it. Oh, nice. So Opus is the way to go, is what I'm hearing. Okay, so quality, something to talk about later. A lot of this, like recording, right now, this is just going to be a Boolean, whatever. We'll toggle it, go from there. But like I said, the majority of it is we need to start with the call member, right? You'll notice the call member doesn't reference the call because the participants or the members are all here. Yeah, and I named this call member because we have purple conversation member, so call member makes sense. But maybe there should be members here too. I don't know. Well, AMR wideband works better on bandwidth constrained wireless networks. Okay. Not sure how that's a thing right now, but okay. So, QLogic, I don't know if you're still around. It sounds like you've done a lot with Zoom. Is there anything else you can think of that I'm missing here? Like, I know Zoom has breakout rooms and all that stuff. I don't know. I don't know that we want to start thinking about that yet, but that's another thing we could talk about. As for like games and stuff, we'll figure all that stuff out later. I'm not super duper worried about that right now. You treat breakout rooms as a separate room. Yeah, I figured as much. Oh, G Boolean on hold, or would you call it held? What do you call it? Do we want music on hold? Doing all right, King? How about yourself? Doing all right? Awesome, awesome. Music on hold from a shout stream. I'm not using Wayland. I am still on X. EST element. Do you use MOH including for video? Because I know traditionally it's called music on hold. Gotta go balls out. You gotta look at NDI for video sources. Well, so the thing is, we're just dealing with GStreamer elements here, right? So if it's a GStreamer, it's still called MOH. Okay. Actually, let's. You still call it MOH. Okay. Yeah. Just again, trying to keep the specific terms. But like GStreamer has plugins for fucking everything, right? They do have a waiting room thing. So that's kind of what I was thinking of, the music on hold stuff, but yeah, no, Teams has that too, right? So members, I guess we'd call it guests. People that need to be manually accepted or allowed into the call. Right, does that make sense? Maybe not guest, or maybe guest work, right? So like generally with work we use Teams for everything, right? And if I'm not logged in, somebody has to admit me to the room. There's another room to isolate people to be allowed into the call where they're all mic muted. Intruders. Oh, I forgot about parking. I thought you just parked phones and stuff though. But no, you did park a call. God, all this terminology, it's just been fucking lost in my head. Oh, right. You would like park a call and then pick it up elsewhere. Right. Okay, yeah. That's exactly what parking means. Although, like, the pick it up elsewhere is whatever, right? Like, for those of you that are old enough, right? A parking a call is like when you answer the phone in the kitchen or in the living room and your whole family there, and you're like, I'm gonna go take this in my room, right? And you're like, somebody hang up when I say so, right? So then you go upstairs, you pick up your phone, and you go, I got it, and then they hang up, and yeah, that's parking a call. In the modern world, you have a button where you can just park it, and then you can pick it up on the other side. You don't need another person to actually hang up the phone for you. That's manually parking on shared lines. Yes, on the party lines. I know party lines are different. I just wanted to say party lines. So those of you that don't know, back in the day, this is even before my time. But like, so not every house got their own phone number. Some houses would be put onto a party line, so they would one number would be shared across multiple houses. And when a call would come in, it would ring at all the houses, and then you would have to figure out who it was for. And then likewise, if you wanted to make a call, you would pick up the receiver, and if you didn't have a dial tone or an operator, somebody was already talking, then you would have to wait because somebody was already using the line. And that's what they mean by a party line. Like, you could join into the conversation, but if you wanted to call somebody else, you were screwed. So, on a PBX or key system, back then, you park it, then get a code like 101 to pick it up on another extension. Okay, yeah. It's a party line, and the neighbors are listening, yes. Okay, so you're saying an interstitial room. I think that's the right term. like an interstitial room would actually be a separate call. Is that what you were saying? And then what? You renegotiate SDP? Although I think for I think for Lib Purple's purposes, this should be fine. You set the code for what you want on that room? Fuck. And when it's time to let them in, you just change the local media handling? Okay. Oh, oh, you meant Kodak. Okay. Yeah, no worries. I'm getting really tired too. I probably should have ended the stream about an hour ago. But so the thing is, these call objects are going to get used from both sides. Or maybe it'll be a call request. Yeah, why don't we do that? So the thing is, so most of the stuff so far has been how do we deal with the incoming stuff, right? Not none of the how do we make a call, right? So this is how do we receive a call, right? So we've got the call member, and then this is the call. We still, so like the protocol would then create all this, put in the call manager, blah blah blah. We have to have methods for answer, blah blah blah, all that stuff too. But like when the libpurple user wants to create a call, right? There we need data with that too. Right, so this would have something like G list model star invites or contact info. Car star access code if there is one, right? I guess you could have a title and some other stuff too. Oh. I'm sure calls will have IDs. Right. It's gonna be a while before we get to this part, right? But just getting some of this stuff down, right? Right. So the reason this has to be separate is this would get passed into the protocol. So it'd be like purple protocol call request or make call whatever, right? And then this is the data that the user interface will gather and it'll give to the protocol to initiate the call, and then the protocol will create the call and put it in the call manager, right? And then that's how the rest of it will work, blah blah blah. But this is the objects that go from the user interface to the protocol to initiate a call. Right. Because again, gotta start somewhere. Ugh. I'm trying to think what else have I seen in call emails. Like what's actually on the links and stuff like that, right? Jesus. Gandhi took like 6 hours to create a fucking domain for me. Okay, I need to look at that, but whatever. Like, has anybody else seen that happening where like it's taking hours for a domain to get created? Like, it didn't used to be that long. Like, did something change? Hmm. I mean, that's just an iCal. Maybe they put tariffs on it. Yeah. I mean, not a. I mean, so I just registered a new domain for something that I might proof of. The idea was I was going to try to proof of concept it tomorrow. I guess I can talk about it, but it's fine. Um, this is another one of those projects I started talking about, and somebody wanted to steal it from me. So I'm a little hesitant to talk about it, but it's fine. But okay, so we all know link previews, right? You drop a link into Discord and it pops up a little thing that says shit about it, right? So like, if you go to Pidgin.im, or if you send a link to Pidgin.im, you're gonna get a thing that says it's gonna say Pidgin.im or whatever the link is, right? Title: Pidgin. Pidgin is a universal chat client, allowing you to consolidate all your different messaging apps into one single tool, right? And that's because it's using the Open Graph API. And that's, just meta tags that are built into the web page, right? So the thing is, people that do communication, right? Whether it's IM, email, whatever, they typically are building a product, so they build this in and it just works, right? So like Slack has their own, Discord has their own, Facebook has their own, Microsoft has their own, etc., 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 right? And all that's fine. But the problem is there's no way you can run this on your own, and there's no version out there that's like in concerned about your privacy, right? So if we want to put link previews into Pidgin 3, we have to solve this, right? And we don't want to implement this in libpurple and have it directly go out and request stuff, because then we get the Mastodon stampede problem. If you're not familiar with it, if you post a link to your own website on Mastodon and you have a bunch of followers, you can watch yourself get DDoSed, because as that Mastodon post goes out across the Fediverse, or just Fediverse in general, right? As it goes out, all the servers are requesting it to get the preview, right? So you're just getting hit from all over the internet from all the federated servers. And the problem is there's no centralized server. It doesn't even need to be centralized, but you have too many servers when you should have a number of them that are trusted, right? And Pidgin has the same problem. Like, in theory, we could go ahead and reverse engineer how Slack does it, potentially, or Discord or somebody, right? And then we could write a plugin that uses their API, but then we're farming all that data to them, right? And if we did it in Pidgin itself, that means somebody could get your IP address by sending you a link to somewhere, by sending you a DM, right, with a link, so that Pidgin would then read the preview and request it from their website, and then they have your IP address, and then maybe they do something other malicious, whatever, right? So there's this whole different there's PI, not PII, right? I mean is an IP PII maybe, right? But there's all sorts of information, privacy, and security concerns with all of this. So the thing is, we need that feature because I fucking want it. And I'm sure everybody else does, but there's nothing out there to fix the problem, right? So for a long, I've known this for a long time. It turns out one of the guys that just joined the I Am Freedom board, who's worked on Matrix, including Element, or not Element, on Synapse, and he's now still working on Thunderbird's chat stuff. he did a bunch of this work in Synapse as well. So me and him have had a bunch of discussions about it and figuring out how we're going to do it, blah, blah, blah. So anyways, I randomly got a spam text message today. Well, I'm assuming it's spam. I never actually opened the link. Although some of my security friends said it was innocuous, but somebody sent me a link to a recipe that was 1 digit off from my phone number. It wasn't the last digit, but it was 1 digit off. And by 1 digit, but the digit that was off was only off by 1 number, right? So like instead of a 0, it was a 1. But otherwise than that, the entire phone number was the same. And they're like, yeah, they're probably just scanning for active numbers. And I'm like, they were 1 number off from my number, which I guess maybe they were scanning 1,000 at a time or something, right? Because, oh, it'll be close enough. Maybe people will be dumb. Maybe, but like that seems like a lot of work or like a lot of effort to scan for active numbers, but whatever, right? So anyways, this stirred the pot in my head. It's not anymore. Okay. But anyways, this got me thinking again about all this. And I came up with a potential name for it, and that's the domain I registered. So the domain I just registered, which is not, well, hold on, let's do this beforehand. All right, good. Everything's redacted for privacy. So the domain I just registered that Gandhi just finished 15 minutes ago is preview.page. So I'm going to be proof of concepting this, and everything's going to have rate limits and caching and access tokens and blah, 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 blah. And then, we'll go from there. And then we'll work through the API and figure it out and go from there. I don't know if this is going to be a me personal project, if this is going to be an I Am Freedom project or what, but that's the idea right now. This is potentially something that could require payment, maybe. Because everything's going to be tied to access tokens, stuff like that, and everything's going to be rate limited and stuff. But, somehow I'm going to have to pay for the servers and stuff, which I would love to not have to do out of my own pocket, but, it is what it is. 20 years ago, you were calling everyone in the U.S. every 3 days. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, maybe it's war dialing, but, it seems so dumb now. It's like, when the vast majority of DIDs are cell phones that have text messages, why are you bothering, right? Because landlines are so rare, right? I really think it's probably a coin flip between who actually still has a computer on a modem on the Piston and then who has a landline, right? Oh, okay. You're saying text is easier to do. Okay. I don't know. It struck me as odd, especially since it seems to have linked to a real recipe site. So it was just I guess you were just looking to see that your message was delivered, because either you owned a site, pwned a site that's been legit, that was registered 12 years ago, because the domain I looked it up, it was registered in 2013. And it's just all right, so you either pwned them or you don't care about people clicking on the link and you're just sending a random link to look innocuous, right? I don't know. Yeah, SMS is basically SMTP. Yeah, they're really cheap. So, but yeah, so anyways, that's the idea, right? So, do I have any experience with Nix? No. It's not something I have much of a use for. I don't mean that derogatorily. Just, I don't know. I haven't found any reason for it. Nix is this package manager that's supposed to allow you to do things in what's the word? Declaratively and immutably. That's the word. Right. So you can use Nix to install a bunch of stuff on your system, and then it's it's reproducible because it's declarative and things are built on top of each other, and then you just build on top of it, whatever. And then you can't change stuff that was set, so it just goes from there. So like one of the big things that people have been doing with Nix is for their app development, they will create a development environment in Nix. But that's not something we really care about. Sounds like circular dependency hell. Maybe. But like, so for us, right, we're still targeting Linux distros because Linux distros still exist and they're going to install our software and make it available and distribute it. That's what I'm looking for. So we just, you know, right, we're not trying to limit ourselves down to a single environment. Plus we, you know, we have to deal with Mac, Linux, FreeBSD, Windows, OpenBSD, Haiku, etc. So trying to create a canonical development environment just doesn't work for us. So it's just I don't have a use case for it. It looks like an interesting thing to use and play with and stuff. I got nothing for it. So devm.sh, yeah, like cool, but again, I've got to build everywhere. So like I'm not going to put time into building it that way, especially when I can just build a flat pack that I can distribute, and then that's easy, right? And everybody can easily install Flatpak. So, well, anybody on Linux can. But yeah, so anyways, the whole idea here is, you know, we're going to read through these. Also, Twitter cards. This is how so Twitter doesn't follow Open Graph. Open Graph was a Facebook API or a Facebook thing. That's why it's OG type, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then Twitter has their card format. And then there's also Open Embed. Embed, not embed. Is that right? I thought it was Open Embed preview. Nope. Wasn't it Open Embed? URL preview embed. All right, link previewer. You're about to be undercovers embed? Yeah. Use Cow Builder? Yeah, yeah. Like, again, not that there's anything wrong with those tools. They just don't fit my use case, right? That's the thing. But yeah, so there's, yeah, so here they're talking about Open Graph. What is the other one? Did we make a Google Doc on that? We might have. But yeah, so anyway, so there's the Twitter stuff, there's that, whatever. So basically all we would do is, you know, you'd make a post request for a URL. If we have it cached and the cache hasn't expired, and maybe we check e-tags, and if e-tags haven't expired, then we just send you the cached value, right? And we just grab all the stuff and we just throw it into a JSON blob and return it, right? Nothing to it. If we don't have it, we quickly look it up. Maybe we give you a job or something. I don't know. And then, or we just do a long poll, right? And then we respond back out when we have the value. I don't know. There's a bunch of ways we can do it. But yeah, so right now it's just going to start with the basics of just request every time. Then we add the cache in. Then we, you know, just go from there. But it would be nice to start getting that stuff in. The bigger problem is we need to find a way to on how we wanted to determine that there's links in the code. So like purple markup link or purple markup and no linkify, that script or that function technically works, but it's really gross. And I don't know of an implementation that's better at the moment, but we'll see. So, all right, that said, I think we got a lot of progress on the media stuff, which is good. I'll probably start turning this into tickets. The real goal for the media stuff is not to be in experimental 3, which is at the end of June, but to have it working at the end of September in experimental 4. But it's a big project, so there's going to need to be stuff along the way, right, as we get there and whatever. So that's the plan there. But that said, I need to get out of here too because I am getting really tired. And I've been streaming for almost 5.5 hours because somehow that happened. Right. So, who can we go raid? Can we raid you? Are you starting up soon? No, you don't stream Mondays. You stream Sundays. Well, you streamed Monday, but you don't stream Tuesdays is what I mean. Right? Well, we tend to go to programmers. Who are you thinking? New stream from you today? Yeah. And Destin, you, I don't even know who this is. Mute. What is this? It's just music? Oh shit, hold on. Firefox, you suck. I opened up the other stream and now Firefox is shitting the bed. So I need to try to kill this window. Firefox cannot handle 3 video streams at once. The whole thing becomes unresponsive until I close one of them. It's a UFO with some tunes. Fair. All right. Sure, we haven't rated CA2 software in a long time. Let's go raid them. All right, we're gonna get out of here and hopefully Firefox doesn't shit the bed again. Oh, I'll just maximize the screen. All right, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. I may or may not be on before Thursday, otherwise I don't know. In the meantime, if you don't want to raid, you can go ahead and cancel above the chat. There's nobody on YouTube right now, so I'm not going to share the links over there or whatever. That's cool. In the meantime, be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell for your desired level of notification. But in the meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here. And if you want to join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord, you can find it right over here as well. So thank you everybody for coming by tonight, and thank you everyone for your help with determining what we want to do with the voice and video stuff and all that stuff. So that is very cool. So yeah. All right. So anyways, until next time, adios.